Waiting on delegates to come back. We know that there are regional caucus sessions happening on the second floor, discussions happening as we go, but it's important that we get back to the agenda, and my colleague will be explaining some of the things that we'll need to be doing. Of course, we were a little bit late this morning getting started, and the protocols, the opening protocols took a little bit longer, but it's very important that we open in a good way. Yes. It's important that we open properly and do things in a proper way, in a good way. And we appreciate your support and your participation in that right from the grand entry. Also, there was the request to have additional time, and we now will be getting into this, for the regional presentations from the various regions. So we are still hopeful that we can accommodate the 2.5 hours to hear from various regional perspectives. So it will be essentially an open forum for chiefs from the various regions to talk about their issues and to talk about their thoughts on the sessions. So we do have a jam-packed agenda, and Weena will be discussing how we propose to deal with that for the rest of the afternoon. So mi amigos ko Jim nawa ko ek man gigi wisin nawa gagi aptagi jene ko ek stay minute doesn't go in the amagan when ogum ko aptagi mi amigos wajja
Miigwech, Adam said earlier that speaking his language is a grounding moment, and honestly, when he speaks his language, it's grounding for me too. It's something that we take the time, and then we can move forward in a good way, well grounded, I think. So, welcome back, everyone. I will use the next few minutes to speak French. Not doing a French class lesson, but just going through the things in French. I'll go back in English, but since we have some time, just while the delegation is making their way to the room, and we will present what we'll be doing this afternoon. And on that, I also want to say welcome back to our folks online. So chiefs, proxies, delegation, knowledge keepers, everyone, thank you for being here with us. Alors, j'espère que vous avez eu un bon lunch.
So I hope you had a great lunch. That you found all the energy that you need, because you're going to need it. We have a fairly packed agenda. This afternoon, we have 4 information sessions, 1 decision session. So we have 5 sessions. I have Italian roots, so I talk a bit with my hands, so you'll forgive me. So we're going to shorten.
Chaque session d'information seulement, nous allons les écourter de 30 minutes, donc chaque session va être de 30 minutes au lieu de 1 heure.
So we're going to shorten each session to 30 minutes so that we all have appropriate time for the discussion forum, which will include chiefs and mandatories and proxies, which will take place at 3:30. And that'll enable you, the chiefs and proxies, to clear out your ideas. So this is, both items are laid out in the agenda. So if there's any questions during the sessions, it's important that you come to the microphone and you pose your questions.
Il y a eu aussi un ajustement ou une modification à l'agenda qui a été approuvée ce matin.
There was also an item that was changed. The Société de
Aujourd'hui, il y en a deux, il y en aura un demain.
The société de
Alors, il y a eu
soutien,
ce changement.
interveners will be
Alors,
inserted in
I
all
am
of the
going to
panels.
repeat it in English.
Uh,
Maybe the 2 or 3 ones that didn't understand me, I'm kidding. But it was a good reminder that headset is always useful if you don't understand the second colonial language, French. We sometimes forget, I don't because it's my first language, but sometimes we forget about it. So thank you for being here, welcome back. Here's on the agenda for this afternoon. We keep the original, the initial agenda, but we shorten some time from some panel time, and we also added some, the technician from the Caring Society. So let's go through that together. We have this afternoon 4 information sessions and 1 discussion session. The discussion session is also called the Chiefs and Proxies Open Forum, which is at 3:30 for a duration of 2 hours, so 3:30 to 5:30. So this is what you all wanted, needed, and asked. So this is the moment at 3:30 where you can come and it's your time, and we want to maximize the time for you for these important discussions, regional perspectives. So before going to that moment, we have 4 information sessions with panelists. And instead of 1 hour each, it will be 30 minutes each. I will ask for your help, collaboration to have them, to keep it maybe only for urgent, important questions at that time, to maybe to prioritize the discussions at 3:30 for the open forum. This way, we will have the time needed to discuss at that moment. And on that, we will now start, as mentioned in the agenda, we will start with the first panel. Okay, that's a good idea. Okay, so I just sorry, thank you for your patience. We need to adapt always, obviously. So this first forum or panel, it's an information panel. The title is Overview of the Draft Agreement Political Perspectives. And there are 4 presenters on that panel. National Chief is currently in a caucus, so she'll arrive shortly. So what we'll do, just to make sure that we're not losing time and we're maximizing our time, we will include her when she'll arrive. So this plenary, I will invite for this plenary the regional chief Abraham Benedict is already on the stage. From Chiefs of Ontario, he will provide a presentation to the overview and political perspective on the draft agreement. And I would also invite at this moment Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler and Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse from Anishinaabe Nation to provide also their presentation afterward, after Regional Chief Benedict. So they will provide a presentation on the overview of the political perspective of the draft agreement, And then we will also have National Chief to provide perspective. So on that, and 20 minutes for the whole presentations has been set aside on the agenda for this. On that, I will turn the floor over to Regional Chief Benedict, if it's okay with you. Sure. Good. I'm counting on you to keep time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sego, good afternoon. Ani Beaujeu, I want to acknowledge the territory in which we are in, the Treaty 7, as well as the Blackfoot Confederacy. And acknowledge our elders, our knowledge keepers, for the prayer this morning, as well as my colleagues National Chief and members of the executive. And so Grand Chief Fiddler has joined me as well. And I think that since there's 2 of us, there's 4 on the agenda. I guess we get double the amount of time. And so I'm the Ontario Regional Chief, as mentioned. You know, I've spent a lot of time in the last several months talking about the agreement that we have here, the draft agreement. And I acknowledge that from this morning's conversation that we have been talking about process and talking about perspectives on this. The Chiefs of Ontario became an intervener in the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case in 2009, before the decision in 2016 was made. That decision found that Canada was discriminating against our children between on-reserve and off-reserve non-Indigenous children. And this was something that we all knew already. Many of you in this room are community leaders, elected leaders, people that support our nations, our communities across Turtle Island. And so when the Chiefs of Ontario, under mandate from our 133 First Nations in Ontario, passed a resolution giving the Regional Chief's Office and our Secretariat the mandate to proceed with intervention, was under a couple things. Was one, that in our region, we have some communities that are very far in the north and they're remote. And those communities struggle with various issues, including access and costs. And the other aspect was that in Ontario, there's an agreement called the 1965 Welfare Agreement, Indian Welfare Agreement. It's an agreement between Ontario and the government, the federal government, that talks about services to First Nations people. And so that agreement, while our communities, our 133 communities in our region are not signatory, we are recipients of the services provided, and child welfare is one of those. And so it was with that our chiefs in assembly said to the Chiefs of Ontario, you need to go intervene so that whatever decision comes out of the tribunal, it's reflective of the realities in our region. It's reflective of the remote communities that we have, the inflated costs of service delivery, the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement. I know that today we've been talking a lot about process. This is, as community leaders, not so very long ago, I was a chief of the Mohawk community of Akwesasne, which is a community that straddles the international border between Canada, the United States, Ontario, and Quebec, and upstate New York. And I understand the issues that face community, the issues that face you as elected leaders, the pressures that are great upon you to make decisions in the best interests of your citizens and of your nation, in ensuring that your rights, our identity, our jurisdiction is protected. And coming from a community that has 3 competing interests and led from the 2 provinces in 1 state, I understand the necessity to make sure we're doing what's in the best interest of our people. Can't have service delivery based on where you live different from other members of your community. And so that's the exercise of jurisdiction. So when we look at the process that we have today, we look at the agreement, the draft agreement that we have. It's not perfect. And as community leadership, we're here, you are here to make a decision on whether or not this draft that we have before us is in the best interest of your people. And I know that as community leaders, there's lots of competing priorities. And as you and your council move forward to making decisions that impact your community, your citizens, we always rely upon our experts to give our perspective that they are experts in. Because many chief and councils are not experts in a specific field, but rather all in community and ensuring that you're advancing your nation in the best interest for all of your citizens. And so whether it be around police service, child welfare, education, those experts always come forward to you, provide their perspectives, provide the insight into what they know is the best for those services they provide. And as a chief and council elected to represent your nation, it's your job to ensure you are making the best decision for your nation, from jurisdiction, to ensuring your jurisdiction is not eroded, to ensuring the protocols that your nations have are protected, and ensuring that language is incorporated that's best reflective of your nation. So when we look at the child welfare agreement that we have now, Child welfare across Turtle Island is regulated and stipulated by legislation of the provinces, regulations determined by the provinces. And in our region in Ontario has some of the most stringent child welfare legislation, regulations, and rules that exist from Turtle Island. Those colonial practices have been around for a long time. Over 100 years, child welfare systems have existed. Now, as we fast forward today, we have our own agencies. We have our own people serving our own people. But they are, in many cases, restricted by the confines of provincial legislation. And why I share with you about my days as community leadership about jurisdiction and how we navigate the influences from external, it's always been important to my community that we exercise our jurisdiction around our territory, around our lands, and our most important resource around protecting our children. And so when we look at this process that we've had to work with, we entered into the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which is a foreign process to us. This is not about nation. This is not how our nation settled disputes. But these are the only vehicles that we have made available to us. And so then when you enter into the colonial arena of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal or the federal courts or the superior courts, we're bound by their rules. And so when we started this process of negotiation, we were bound by those rules. As long as we were in the tribunal's jurisdiction, we were in the tribunal's rules. And those of you that are community leaders that have negotiated land claims know that when you sit at the table for negotiations, there's always these protocols or negotiation agreements that determine what you can and cannot and how these negotiations will work. And the tribunal was no different. And so while some may accuse our parties of being in secrecy, we have to remember that these are colonial constructs that exist that we're trying to work within. And we're trying to do better for our communities, for our children. I know this issue that we're talking about today is very, very near and dear to each and every one of you in this room, because that's our children. In the period of time that I've been the regional chief, I've had an opportunity to visit many communities. And there's one thing that has been seen in every community, whether it be in most southern community, my own community, or some of the most northern communities in Ontario, is the children smiling, children being happy, children playing. They have no idea of the challenges that we face, that you face as community leadership around trying to make sure that we're making the best decisions for them, the best decisions to ensure that the colonialism that has been placed upon each and every one of our communities does not continue. That we don't see the institutions like the residential schools that were to take our language, our identity out of the children ever happens again. Some will argue that the child welfare system has been the same for our people. And the reason why I've shared insight into our regional child welfare system being very stringent, it's come a long way, but it has a long way to go. And I know that each and every region in Turtle Island has different varying circumstances. So as we proceed forward, today we make a decision. This week you make a decision. Make a decision collectively. And I wanted to share some perspectives as to why the Chiefs of Ontario has been at the table since 2009, when we applied to the intervenor status, and in 2016 when a decision was made that Canada was discriminating against our children. So I know that as we move forward, this is not an easy task for any one of us. Everybody wants to be heard. There will never be enough money to ensure that the gaps are completely closed. Doesn't matter if it's child welfare, doesn't matter if it's education, police services. Unfortunately, that's the reality we live in. And I can tell you that every member of the executive at the AFN is working hard to make sure we bring that gap closer together, to make sure that our children in our communities are receiving the same level of service that a non-Indigenous child has had for a very long time. So as we move forward, there's a couple things that I wanted to reflect upon. I know that everybody wants to be heard. And what I have shared in our region, we have had we have not had consensus in our region. We've had majority support of this. There are some communities that are still uncertain about it. And so the Chiefs of Ontario, what we have been doing is making sure that we go to share all the information that we have. Yes, that agreement says that the parties will support and endorse this, because a mandate was given to our chiefs to negotiate on a deal. And so those of you that have been in negotiations with parties, whether it be the federal government, an energy company, you take that mandate and you negotiate the best deal possible. And when you are satisfied with the deal that you have based on the parameters you have and the abilities to push it as far as you can for the best interest of your nation, then you recommend that deal to your leadership. And that's what our negotiating committee did. And that's why we say we support this agreement, because we took it as far as we can with the realities we have on the ground. We know that the federal government is going to change at some point, likely very soon. And yes, we do have the orders that still continue to exist. Those orders will still be there. But one of the things we have to remember is that, the federal government has been chastised for saying no relationship is more important to us, to me, than that with First Nations. But yet, what we continue to see is underfunding. We continue to see overcrowding. We continue to see boil water advisories. And so people say to the Prime Minister, how is it that our relationship is so important, but we have so much disparity in the community, so much adversity? We have overcrowding. So think of that. Prime Minister says one thing, what's happening in the courtrooms, what's happening in the tribunals, what's happening is completely different. If this government changes and they don't value our relationship, what result are we going to get? Yes, we'll have the tribunal orders. Will we have the 47.8 billion? It's unknown. Because if we accept this agreement, the government still has to allocate the money, still has to go back through their process to allocate it. If it's rejected, we still do have the orders of the tribunal that really don't have a dollar value attached to them. And we'll have to fight with a government that may not value our relationship, and try to get the best for our people. And so as we move into deliberations, I know this is not easy. 5 months ago, I was in a band meeting, a community meeting of my own, talking about community priorities and making difficult decisions that impact our community each and every day. And so I know we'll have an opportunity to hear those that have different perspectives. And I'm up here telling you that our region supports it, and I hope that I've provided you with some additional information as to why, so that all of you can make a decision, whether it be today, tomorrow, the next day, or when you in Assembly decide that it's going to be. But so with that, I want to say, it's a great pleasure to join all of you in this Assembly today, be able to make these decisions. There's no sides in this room. There's not an us and them. The us and them, the sides, is the federal government. People that pass legislation that hinder and have colonized our people. That's the sides, not nations in this room. We're in this together. It's about how we get there together. For those little children that have no idea what politics is about, no idea what the child welfare system is about, because they're just little children smiling who want to enjoy the same things non-Indigenous children are able to enjoy that ours are not. So,
Miigwech Regional Chief Benedict, for providing an overview and political perspective on the draft agreement. And just a reminder to all panelists for all this information session. So for this panel and the 3 next, it's important to keep total of 20 minutes. It's not 20 minutes each. It's a total of 20 minutes for the whole panel. So I'm counting on you to be a timekeeper on all the panels. And on that, I will now invite also to come and join us on the stage for technicians from Caring Society. I will invite Proxy Mary TG and Proxy Raymond Chingus. You can you're well invited to come and join us on the stage and to please join your colleagues on this panel. So the second panel, the second panelist, I will now invite for Anishinaabe Aski Nation. There are two guest speakers to speak on NAN perspective. So on that, I will invite Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler and Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse to provide your perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No, she got my name right this time. She called me Barbie last time. Bonjour, Wachie. My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm from Araland First Nation. I'd just like to honor you all and also recognize, acknowledge and say thanks to the original stewards of this land in Treaty 7 territory. It's great to be back here. I'm here to talk a little bit about the perspective of Anishinaabe Aski Nation, why we joined this case moving ahead. It's all about remoteness. I'm still huffing and puffing here because they put our office, our caucus office on the other side. I knew we were remote, but we had to walk out quite a ways for our caucus here. But I am the Deputy Grand Chief from Anishinaabe Aski Nation. We've been working with our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth and Families on this particular file for many years. And it's a focal point in my career working with children, youth and families. For the next couple of days, we're here to vote on a very long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program to eliminate discrimination and racism from the program to ultimately protect our children and care for them in the holistic ways our people have cared for them since time immemorial. Through our work over the past few years, we witnessed the need for this reform. We have listened to and seen countless survivors in this system, and sadly, many have been falling from this system. They've fallen from the system. Our jails are full of our people. Opioid abuse runs rampant across the north. Suicide epidemics are just still being faced by many of our youth, especially within our northern regions. Our people, our communities, leadership elders, women, and young people from coast to coast have made gains within child and family services systems. They have worked hard to advocate for our children, but we still have been bound to operate within Canada's guidelines and further their provincial counterparts. Also, we've been making inroads with a lot of work within Ontario, especially Anishinaabe Aski Nation, with the evolution of the band reps, the First Nation designates, and all the great work that's happening. And many of our chiefs that are here are very much champions of that work, where First Nations are, for the first time, really taking control of their resources to really design a program, an initiative that is reflective of their language, the ways of rearing their children, using the land as their resources as well to really educate their children and moving ahead. So over the years, we've had to develop innovative ways to work within the framework of the past First Nations Child and Family Services Program. One of these innovative and needed ways was the creation of our own agencies. I'd like to really acknowledge many of our First Nations agencies that have been developed. They are catalysts of support for our children and families. We have objectively and collectively worked with our agencies within NAN territory for the past 20 years. The agreement does not eliminate them. Yes, it changes a lot, but in progressive, self-determined ways. We need to change the way we do this work and bring it home to First Nations. With the agencies working in full partnership, not in competition, but perhaps in the more traditional ways to find new and innovative ways to work really together, to lead more families, to keep the family unit together. This agreement is an historic step to changing the system. It recognizes First Nations jurisdiction over the delivery of child and family services to their children and seeks to advance the well-being of our children, youth, and families, and sets the groundwork for further collaboration amongst First Nations and respective agencies. I know we're not all in consensus on the contents of the final settlement agreement, and we've been working on some amendment to support today, as we heard earlier on. But I assure you that this agreement has historic elements that will advance the way Canada approaches other First Nations programs in our communities. When NAN became an innovator, we did this with the focusing on remoteness, the cost of living, fuel, and accessing essential services. We don't want this work just to only specifically for Anishinaabe Nation communities, but we also want to share this research across Canada. And how we're sharing this is the development of this new national organization that we've created called NARC, the National Assembly of Remote Communities, where we're actually harnessing the voice of remote communities, because many of our communities in the far north are tired of being left with the short end of the stick with respect to funding. The cost of food, the cost of fuel. Many of our children, youth, and families have to leave the First Nation to go to urban centers, and they're also ripped away from their family supports and their generations of support that they come to really know and love. So this agreement also paves the way to look at what they have, what they need, and what they want in terms of moving ahead with this. So I'm looking forward to really answering some questions as well, especially on the National Assembly of Remote Communities and how you can get involved with your community, so your community is not left behind just because your community is remote and far from these essential services. So with that, I thank you, Miigwech, for giving me some time to address you on the very importance of remoteness and the remoteness funding that's attached to the FSA. Chimigwech Kenweg, Miigwech.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief Barbie Narcissus. And on that, I will now invite Alvin Fiddler, Grand Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation, over to you. Thank you.
Miigwech. Miigwech dikit umaga kaisig Chibijan. Benaguk. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to acknowledge everyone that's in the room, the leadership, the chiefs, delegates, council members, our knowledge keepers, elders, our veterans. Miigwech for being here with us to support this very important gathering. I also just want to acknowledge our national leadership, our national chief, our regional chiefs that are here with us, everyone that's joined in online, virtually, or there's some leaders on the line that are listening as well, including my own chief of Mesquatam, Chief Carla Beardy, who was just elected just last week as the first female chief in my community. So I'm just so proud of her and my community. I just want to acknowledge where we are today. It's so great to be back here in Treaty 7 territory. I just want to acknowledge your beautiful lands and your ancestors, your children, those that are here with us now and those that will come after us. Last week, we had our own gathering in Toronto for our leadership from the Anishinaabe Nation and also the leadership from the rest of Ontario. And after much discussion and deliberation, both the NAN leadership and the Chiefs of Ontario leadership voted to ratify this important, this groundbreaking agreement. And I kind of know why they made this decision, that they recognize that we can no longer continue to subject our children to the status quo, because we know that the current system, as it was developed and how it's currently being delivered to our communities and administered is harming our children. And so I believe our leadership from the Stan Basque Nation and also from the Chiefs of Ontario made that decision last week, that we need to look at something more beyond where we are today. As we were gathering there last Wednesday, there was a funeral that was happening in one of our communities in Palmer Hill. A 3-year-old child who was in foster care had lost his life. We don't really know what happened, but the end result was that he lost his life, and the funeral was happening that day. And so there was a heaviness in the air while we were having this very important discussion. And I just want to thank our leadership from the Stan Basque Nation and Chiefs of Ontario for making that decision. But I also heard you this morning, the voices that we are hearing from other regions, that they feel that they were not included in this process, that they feel left out, that they are now just learning more information about what this agreement means to them, to their communities, and to their children. And the last thing that I want to do is to take up more space today or tomorrow. And so this will be the only time that you will hear from me today or tomorrow. That I saw my name on the list. I think on the next, according to this agenda, this version of the agenda that I have on the plenary session to talk about reforming the system, the funding models and remoteness, that I would just remove myself from this panel, and whoever can offer that regional, the other diverse sort of opinions and views, I would welcome that, because I want to hear from all of you. I want to do my part as the Grand Chief of the Stan Basque Nation to create space where these discussions can happen. Because I know how important this is to all of us. And that's why back in 2016, after just having served as Grand Chief of my nation for a few months, that I was directed by our leadership to seek standing, because we all recognized how important this was and is. And so I just want to acknowledge all the parties as well that have been in this fight for a long time. Dr. Sidney Blackstock from the Caring Society, who's been at this since 2007, 2008. And I was probably one of the few leaders in the country that actually paid attention to what was happening there. I would go there and listen and to hear and watch Cindy and her team fight on behalf of our children. And so I just want to commend her and thank her for her fearless advocacy, even today. And that we would not be here today if it weren't for her leadership. And so I just want to, Adam whispered in my ear, make it quick, Alvin. So I am. But I just, also, just in closing, Just my own reflections. You know, I know as chiefs, as delegates, you are being pulled from every direction, telling you that you should ratify this important agreement or not ratify this agreement. And that there are many voices out there. And I was thinking about this earlier yesterday, that something as important as this agreement that is about the health and well-being of our children, why it's so hard? Why is it so difficult to even agree on the agenda for us to have this discussion? And I think some of us know why there are so many voices out there, because the child welfare business is lucrative. We are talking about billions and billions of dollars. And while this agreement may be about money and the billions, to me, what's even more important is the opportunity and the promise that this agreement brings, which is to give back that authority and that jurisdiction back to where it rightly belongs, to our communities. And to empower our families, our communities, to be able to look after their own children. And so that is what I would ask you, chiefs. Because as you're trying to sort out all these different voices out there, at the end of it all, it's about our kids. And when I was flying here yesterday, I thought about my own 2 children. My wife, Tisa, and I, we have 2 kids. Well, they're not really kids. They're 20 and 24. But they will always be our kids. Allie's our baby, she's 20. Lynette, or Jace, is 24. And as a baby, Lynette went through the child welfare system. And the harm that it caused her to feel alcohol and the impacts of that, we still live with that. We live with it every day. And the tragedy of it all is that there's so many other Lynnettes and Jaces out there. That's why I think about when I speak at these assemblies or when I go visit our communities, and why it is so important that we put their own interests first. You know, that when we put on our orange shirts and every child matters, well, this is our opportunity to prove that. And so I started out by talking about the difficult and the tough decisions that we had last week at NAN and at KU, where we made this decision to ratify this agreement. And I would just simply and respectfully ask all of you to do the same. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chimiigwech, Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler from Anishinaabe Nation. And we will now turn the floor over to Caring Society technicians for the last speakers on that panel. And I will now turn the floor over to you. But just a reminder once again that we really want to allocate the full 2 hours to the open forum, the Chiefs Open Forum at 3:30. So to do that, I need your help, everyone, including panelists, to please keep it more concise. we invited you for a 20-minute session. It's more longer than that, but on that, I need your help. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Raymond Chingoose. I'm the Executive Director for Yellow Thunderbird Lodge. We service 15 First Nations up in Treaty 4 in Saskatchewan. I'm also the President of the Caring Society of Canada as well too. I want to thank the people on this Treaty 7 and the Blackfoot Confederacy for allowing us to come here today. I just want to be short and sweet. This is the first time in my career, 40 years plus, along with my colleagues across Canada, this great country of ours, from east to west, north to south, that I've ever been in an opposing side honoring the spirit of the child and being that voice of the child. As a technician for our leadership for the last 40 years in what's right, what's wrong, and being respected as that expert in our region. I just wanted to really emphasize the importance of all the regional experts across this great country of ours who have experiential knowledge in child and family services, dealing with the federal government and the provincial governments, and also with the politics that we have to go through. So I'm just going to get right into my questions. I have more questions, and I have more weaknesses on the FSA than anything else. I guess the question I've been asking the AFN and Canada in regards to when did this process turn from a chiefs and assembly process to a party-driven process? We haven't got a clear answer on this. It totally excluded the National Advisory Committee, totally excluded the Expert Advisory Committee, the Institute for Fiscal Studies and Democracy, all these recommendations, and we did our homework, we did it well. The other thing I wanted to mention too was the questions that we ask is specific to our First Nations that we services. What were the compromises that the AFN made, and any of the risks it put forward for our First Nations that we provide services, and what this creates for First Nations? We didn't get a response. Second one was the FSA gives Canada and the AFN broad protection from liability, but only offers funding and insurance for our First Nations. Why are they more protected than First Nations? The FSA's tribunal process in there, to me, has less protection than the CHRT tribunal. Very cautious. And the AFN said today it's important to go back to First Nations lead-driven process. And how does this current proposed process achieve that with the Reform Implementation Committee? I have a lot of questions on that. When the largest number of these seats don't include Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, BC, Quebec, New Brunswick, and the list goes on for our regions. So it looks like this is a sweet deal for other than ourselves, specific to the deal that I've been reading. But this funding is based on the Indian registration system too as well. It's not a First Nations validated population counts. And this perpetuates the discrimination and continues the underfunding for all First Nations children. Got to stop that. These social transfer payments to provinces have a minimum of 3% annual escalator, while the FSA provides only an annual escalator of only 2%. This is clearly discrimination against First Nations and will result in a greater disparity in funding generation after generation, with First Nations receiving approximately 78 cents on the dollar compared to other Canadians in just one generation, and 68 cents on the dollar after 2 generations. Wow. First Nations with a low on-reserve population, less than 250, will encounter challenges despite nominal increases due to limited capacity to meet the actual cost of service delivery. First Nations representative services funding will have a minimum allotment of $75,000
$100,000 for these First Nations, which will not cover the costs associated with delivering that service, given that First Nations also service their off-reserve membership. This is just not fair. Canada has a fiduciary responsibility to ensure funding fully addresses the structural drivers of child apprehension and prevention. Canada's child welfare system for First Nations is broken and grossly underfunded. The FSA fails to close that funding gap and fix the system. We know that because we're the experts. The Dispute Resolution Tribunal cannot force Canada into compliance if Canada decides to limit future parliamentary appropriation, as the executive branch cannot bind Parliament. If Canada decides to cut a program component, a party, a claimant will need to submit a new CHRT complaint only if the courts as such. That's a legal thing. Agencies will lose funding due to prevention, IT, emergency, household supports, post-majority and representative services funding being allocated directly to nations. IFSD notes a potential loss of $20 billion to agencies across Canada over the duration of this agreement. You know what? I'm going to stop there. The list goes on. Very little strengths that we've seen in this FSA. I really encourage leadership, proxies, honor the spirit of the child through your regional experts, the ones that we have available to us on the ground. We're the experts here. I'm going to stop here. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Miigwech. Proxy Raymond Chingus talking for the Caring Society. And that ends our first panel on the overview of the draft agreement and political perspectives. And I want to, I thought you were speaking for the both of you. So, okay, so you can come to the podium then. Thank you. Proxy Mary Tiji, over to you.
Thank you. Best for last, winner. Buckle up, let's go. First of all, my name is Mary Tiji. I'm so honored to be here as Chief Proxy for an incredible Chief, Chief Robert Michel from Stillaten, Denise Sekoze Skaize, Samolgit Simahanach, my wonderful leaders, colleagues, and of course, all of you for being here. I'm just so honored to be here. We would not be here, and I'm glad, Chief Fiddler did mention this, we would not be here if it was not for Cindy Blackstock. Let's not forget where this started. One individual having the courage to stand up to Canada to end discrimination against our children by their discriminatory funding approach, Directive 20-1, that was based on population and not by need. This funding formula left agencies without funding to do the very important prevention work that we needed to do, and it also did not provide any nations with funding at all to prevent children being removed from their homes. We've come full circle because the final settlement agreement, the draft final settlement agreement, intends to do just that, is to remove the prevention funding from the agencies. This agreement has to be a yes and agreement. It cannot be divisive. Over 80% of our nations are being served by a designated agency. We cannot think that those children being served by those agencies, their lives matter any less. So we have to come together and make a good decision. In 2016, Canada was found to be discriminatory, and so they were ordered to end discrimination, make sure it never happens again, and to compensate its victims. We already have the compensation final settlement agreement, and let's take lessons learned from that process. First of all, it was the minds at the time thought $5 billion was going to be enough to compensate its victims, and even had some long-term reform. It indemnified Canada back to 91. That was not good enough for us. 20 billion. They came back with 20 billion. That was not good enough for us because our children deserved better. So what did we end up on? 23.4, an additional 3.4 better, because you know why? We did not accept the first offer because our children deserve better. And this is where we're at right now with the final settlement agreement. This is the first offer. We can do better. The process right now I think about is the process, unfortunately, with all due respect to the wonderful people that they're given their hearts. I know, like the lawyers, Koo, Nan, and they've given their hearts to this work. Absolutely, kudos to you and acknowledgements. But right away there was direction provided to the AFN, and that was directed to the Chiefs Assembly, directed back in December, Resolution 40/2022, to say any final agreement, there would be no reduction in funding. It would be a reduction in funding, as you know, over the years. Again, when you look at the fine print, Canada is supposed to fund the First Nations National Advisory Committee to inform the final settlement agreement. Again, direction from the chiefs. That didn't occur. We haven't had a NAC meeting since 2024, since February 2024. Canada and AFN to provide chiefs with all available options and related supporting financial resources to ensure long-term reform and to uphold free, prior, and informed consent. That was not done. We didn't see the final settlement agreement until July 8th. So when we think about this, I read some of the preamble. One of the things that we always say is that there's regional differences throughout Canada. In fact, in the preamble of the final settlement agreement, it says, the reforms are designed to take into account the unique circumstances of each First Nation, including their historical, cultural, and geographical needs and circumstances. Yet the funding proposed in the draft final settlement agreement is a one-size-fits-all, and you can check that out in paragraph 22. The funding is not guaranteed. It's population-based funding formula. And in fact, this is what the CHRT found was discriminatory, is population-based funding, and that is not acceptable for us. We can do better. The negotiation process, again, fundamentally fails to respect First Nations inherent rights, Aboriginal and treaty rights, and their rights under international human rights law. Canada has not fulfilled its obligation to consult and accommodate First Nations or to secure their prior, and informed consent regarding this draft agreement. And that's because within the agreement, it says the parties will speak publicly in favor of the FSA and make best efforts to procure the endorsement of the FSA by First Nations leadership by way of resolution. Again, how is that free, prior, and informed consent if the end result is already a foregone conclusion? We can do better, and I definitely know that we can because we've been at it. We need to have the best minds, the experts. I often say this, at a negotiating table, if you're negotiating forestry, would you not have foresters there? When we were negotiating this, there were no resident experts. NAC was not represented there. Not all the provinces were represented at that negotiating table, so we have to do better. I know that I've often heard, this is not for on and off reserve. It's not for off reserve. Well, we didn't even try to put it in there. It wasn't even tried to put in there. So in Jordan's principle right now, it's for on and off reserve. Why did they not think to take the definition of a Jordan's principle child who can receive can receive services under that and utilize that same definition in this draft final settlement agreement, so our children, regardless if they live off or on reserve, would not have to suffer discrimination. We haven't even tried that. We need a negotiations process that includes the voices of the grandma, the matriarchs, the children, the families in our communities, because we haven't done that yet. We have a wonderful NAC, we have an expert advisory that they need to be providing input into this. Right now, we have the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal as a backstop. There is no immediate rush. Regardless of what government gets in, the CHRT orders still abide. You still have to follow that. And that's Canada law. No sitting government can tie the hands of any succeeding government, except for this agreement. This agreement would get rid of the CHRT, and what it would do is the agreement would be subject to annual appropriation. So what do you think is going to happen if this Conservative government gets in? Do you think Poilievre is really going to abide by the whole agreement? And what has happened so far under this government? We've been at them over 30 times, taking them to court. Who here trusts Canada? Raise your hand if you trust Canada. So we're going to trust Canada that they're going to fulfill this agreement, which, by the way, is only 9 years. What's going to happen after 9 years? We have to do better. Our children deserve our best minds, our best research. Our children deserve to hear from the best elders, knowledge keepers, matriarchs. It has to be reflected in this agreement. To do anything less is a disservice to our children now and those not yet born. Masai, thank you.
Miigwech, Chimigwech. So, and thank you for all participants on this first panel on the overview of the draft agreement and political perspectives. And we will now move on to the next panel. And it is a presentation from the AFN on what it's called What We Heard. And it is feedback from regional engagement sessions and report on amendments made to the draft agreement. So for that, I will now invite Lacey Cassis, legal counsel for the AFN, to come and join us on the stage. Oh, here she is. So, oh, and she's accompanied by Stuart Workey, legal counsel, and Adam Williamson, legal counsel. Stuart, sorry, is the general counsel for the AFN. So on that, Lacey, would you like to present first? Who's presenting first? And I just want to note here that we'll be very strict on the time. It's going to be 20 minutes maximum for the whole panel. And we'll be very, very strict with timing for the next panels as well. So on that, Lacey, over to you. Thank you very much.
Merci, Wina.
Thank you, Wina.
Good afternoon. Bon après-midi à tous.
Good
My
afternoon,
name is Lacey
everybody.
Cassis, and I am in-house counsel to the Assembly of First Nations. I am Algonquin from the Kitigan-Zibi Anishinaabe and Ojibwe from the Chippewas of Nowash in Ontario. I am also a mother of 4 young children, and I've been engaged on this file and have had the privilege to meet with many of you during our regional engagements. I just wanted to take the time for thanking you to welcoming me to your territory as well. This afternoon, I will be presenting to you some key amendments that we've made to the draft agreement. And as was mentioned prior to me, that there is reference to this as a final agreement. But I do want to assure all of you that this is a draft agreement, and this is for you to review and consider all of the opinions that are being presented to you this afternoon and the course of the 3 days. Over the past few months, the AFN has traveled to the regions to present and hear your feedback on the draft agreement. Thank you for welcoming my colleagues and I to your beautiful territories. C'était une bonne plaisir à vous rencontrer.
It was a pleasure to reach you.
During the
To meet
course
you.
of the AFN's extensive regional engagement, we heard you. We've heard your concerns. We've also heard some strengths with respect to the draft agreement as well. These engagements created the space for meaningful dialogue, where we sometimes did not agree, but had respectful dialogue on this important subject matter. The engagements provided a great opportunity for participants to provide their perspective and ask some difficult questions. I am thankful to have been part of those discussions. as they were meaningful and sometimes intense. Merci pour m'avoir dans ces discussions.
Thank you for including me in these discussions.
Please know that the parties to the draft agreement have taken the Chief's recommendations to heart. And we've agreed to several amendments, including a seat on the Reform Implementation Committee for each region, with your region selecting their own representative. We've also made revisions of the First Nations definition in the draft agreement, making a clear distinction between First Nations as governments as distinct from First Nations service providers. We've also provided clarity that flexibility of funding and ability to transfer funds unilaterally between different streams of the program will not be restricted. We've also provided clarity that Canada will consider statutory funding post-year 10 of the draft agreement. We've provided clarity that the priority is for the President in the dispute resolution mechanism to be both First Nation and an individual with judicial experience. We've inserted a clause reflecting that First Nations assuming services, which form part of the reformed program, will not be liable for any actions that preceded their assuming service delivery. We've inserted language on allocation of post-majority funding to reflect how the funding will be provided to First Nations. And finally, we've also inserted Appendix 10, which is the terms and conditions as well as capital language into the draft agreement. I will now walk you through the amendments that we are now proposing for your consideration. And I encourage you to review these amendments that are included in your information booklet as part of your registration package. With respect to the first amendment, it's not included on the screen, but it was supposed to be. But if you do have it in front of you, I do encourage you to take a look. Okay, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Okay, there we go. With respect to the first amendment, as is now presented on the screen, it deals with definitions in the agreement. Specifically, this amendment provides clarity that First Nations are distinct and a separate entity from First Nations child and family service providers. The distinction is made throughout the agreement now to ensure that it is clear that First Nations and First Nations child and family service providers are distinct and separate. Another change that we've made to the agreement deals with reaching a methodology for the provision of capital-related funding to First Nations and First Nations child and family services agencies. Specifically at paragraph 42E, it was changed to reflect the substantial collaborative work amongst the negotiating parties to reach a methodology for the provision of capital related to funding to First Nations and First Nations child and family services agencies. Another amendment made to the draft agreement speaks to how funding for post-majority support services is calculated under the draft agreement. This change reflects the substantial, again, collaborative work amongst the negotiating parties to reach an allocation methodology for post-majority support services to First Nations. This amendment sets out how funding for post-majority support services is calculated. Another proposed amendment, as presented on the screen, deals with funding transfers. This amendment corrects a previous paragraph that addresses transfers of funding between FNCFS agencies and First Nations and confirmed that such transfers will only require written notification, internal reallocations of funding across components of the reformed program. Another amendment that was made addresses the need for statutory funding. A change was made specifically to paragraph 97 in the draft agreement to address the concern raised during engagements regarding First Nations emphasizing the need for statutory funding to ensure the continuity of reforms in FNCFS in the long term. This amendment is to provide greater clarity in relation to the consideration of statutory funding following the program assessment in year 10 of the agreement, at which point there will be conclusive data that may support the development of legislation that includes statutory funding. Another amendment, and a significant one, was to make changes to the Reform Implementation Committee, also known as the RIC. A change was made to paragraph 148 of the draft agreement to address the concerns raised by First Nations regarding the RIC and its composition. Essentially, the change allows for your region to appoint their own regional representative. The next amendment deals with providing clarity regarding the president in the Alternative Dispute Resolution Tribunal. During the regional engagements, leadership were clear that the president of this dispute resolution mechanism must be a First Nations person. The parties agreed to this amendment to ensure that this is an explicit requirement. The next amendment deals with the assumption of liability by nations when taking on service delivery. Throughout regional engagement, some First Nations expressed concerns about the liabilities assumed by their nations. The amendment accepted by the parties ensures that First Nations who take on aspects of FNCFS service delivery cannot be held liable for past wrongdoing under the original FNCFS program. And finally, the draft agreement now includes Appendix 10, which is the proposed terms and conditions for the reformed FNCFS program. To conclude, the AFN is confident that the revised draft agreement addresses your concerns that were raised during our engagement. The agreement promotes First Nations funding and control in the child and family services space. While no agreement will be perfect or ever will be, the AFN is confident that it will significantly improve the lives of our First Nations children, youth, and families, and is in the best interest of our families. Miigwech, merci.
Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lacey. Over to General Counsel, AFN General Counsel, Stuart Woodkey. Over to you, Stuart.
Yes, good morning. I should say good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stuart Woodkey. I'm General Counsel with Assembly First Nations, originally from Garden Hill First Nation, Treaty Number 5 in Manitoba. So my colleague, Lacey, provided you with a good synopsis of what we heard and the changes that we were able to incorporate in the settlement agreement, the revised settlement agreement. As you all know, negotiations require, amendments to any settlement agreement or any agreement requires the consent of all the parties. So there are a number of things that were requested throughout the regional engagement sessions that that we weren't able to get into the agreement. And one of the major components of that, of course, is the off-reserve child component. We recognize that First Nations have jurisdiction over all their citizens, both on and off reserve. And that is something that we definitely acknowledge. However, this settlement agreement is responding to a legal complaint before the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Right or wrong, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal does not have jurisdiction to make any orders with respect to the off-reserve population in relation to child and family services. Now, we were able to get a broad definition from the tribunal regarding Jordan's principle, but Jordan's principle was applicable to all First Nations children. And what we were finding under Jordan's principle at the time was it didn't matter where you lived, if it was on or off reserve, they were being denied services by both levels of government equally. So the tribunal had the ability to make an order.
Le tribunal avait la possibilité d'affecter la définition des enfants autochtones dans le principe de Jordan.
The Child and Family Services Program, the tribunal has
Programme de services aux enfants et à la famille, le tribunal a changé son...
And I would note that the genesis of the discrimination really lies in the complaint that we filed, that the AFN and the Caring Society filed back in 2007. And in the decision on the merits CHRT 2016 CHRT 2, the tribunal basically said that the AFN and the Caring Society alleged that ANDC at that time discriminates providing child and family services to First Nations on reserve and in the Yukon based on race. In its decision itself, the tribunal made a number of declarations to the effect that pursuant to the application of the program and corresponding funding formulas,
Les formules, les Premières Nations vivant sur réserve dans le Yukon
differentiated and discriminated against. In 456 of the same decision, they note specifically the prima facie established that First Nation children and families living on reserve in the Yukon are denied equal treatment. The on-reserve component was acknowledged and reinforced in subsequent decisions of the tribunal. In CHRT 2016 CHRT 10, they basically said the panel found that complainants substantiated their complaint that First Nations children and families living on reserve and in the Yukon were denied equal rights. And in 2018 CHRT 4, and I can go through all the decisions, but the CHRT itself has limited its decisions to on reserve. Right or wrong, that's what they did. Now we would like, obviously, to broaden that. If the Chiefs in Assembly feel that the agreement's not good enough because it doesn't include off-reserve children, the question really becomes, will you be able to get that in a renegotiation? Will we be able to get that by going back to the tribunal and seeking an order? And I can assure you that it will be a very difficult task in that respect. Now, a way we can get First Nations off-reserve children within your jurisdiction, of course, is the inherent rights route. And that will take time for First Nations to develop their own laws. And this program itself provides an opportunity for a stepping stone to administer programs while First Nations develop their laws. And then in 2, maybe 3 years, once their laws are ready, they assume the full field of jurisdiction and apply it both on and off reserve. Now, the agreement provides that First Nations themselves won't receive any less funding if they go the inherent rights route. But that funding only deals with on-reserve children. there is the potential for First Nations to negotiate an alternative funding arrangement under the inherent rights that includes additional funding for off-reserve. So I just want to address that, and that's mainly one of the reasons why that we weren't able to include off-reserve children in the amended settlement agreement. We really would have liked to. We made the request on your behalf, and unfortunately, we were not successful in that. But I did want to provide you some context that, there is a difference between the definition of Jordan's principle that the CHRT ordered as opposed to Child and Family Services. So with that, thank you very much for welcoming us here and being with us. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Stuart. And to conclude this panel on what we heard, I will now invite National Chief for a brief comment on that panel. Thank you very much. Over to you, National Chief.
Well, thank you again, Chiefs, for joining us this week on this very important Special Chiefs Assembly on long-term reform of First Nations Child and Family Services. I know it's very important that our chiefs, our proxies, technicians, and others have an opportunity to learn more about this draft agreement. The AFN has been hosting national information sessions and regional engagement sessions to provide that opportunity to learn about the draft agreement and discuss what's important for you to on the reform of child and family services. Your valuable feedback has shaped this draft agreement to what it is today. It's been an honor and a privilege to join you at most of these sessions, and we want to thank you for welcoming the Assembly of First Nations team to your territories over the past few months and to engage in these tough discussions. We have heard you, and we have been listening, and we have heard what you have identified as strengths of the draft agreement and what you have concerns about. During the regional engagement sessions, we heard that the amount of $47.8 over 10 years is an incredible first step. The Assembly of First Nations, along with our partners from the Chiefs of Ontario and the Anishinaabe Nation, have fought hard in negotiations with Canada to ensure that our children see the investments that they need. We also heard concerns that this wouldn't be enough money, but I assure you that the funding commitment is grounded in years of First Nations-led research to understand the cost of reform and ensure that the funding is enough. And if it's not, that there are tools available in the draft agreement to address these situations. We heard that the focus on prevention in the draft agreement is a welcome change, and how funding is currently administered, which is reactive and based on the apprehension of our children. The CHRT provided orders to Canada to stop apprehending children due to poverty. Under the reformed agreement, there is funding to address this root cause of children coming into care, as poverty often looks like neglect. Instead of apprehending a child because their family struggles with the cost of groceries, we can start supporting them by putting food on the table. Instead of a single mom who is working multiple jobs being penalized for having to make the choice between leaving her children unsupervised and going to work, we can support her with funds to pay for childcare. We heard that the $2 billion allocated to housing is a positive investment to address the housing needs of our children. Even though more money is needed, this is a good starting point, and we have a long way to go in housing. We know that, all of us. We have heard that funding for post-majority services to help our youth who are aging out of care and out of child welfare is a significant positive step to supporting our young people. We know that our youth face more barriers when they age out of care, from employment, unstable housing, to addictions and mental health challenges. With the funds for post-majority supports under the draft agreement, First Nations will be able to provide supports to youth so that they can have a more stable transition from care into adulthood. I think that's a big piece of it. Right now, they turn 18, they enter extreme poverty. Let's fix that. We got 18 to 26, let's fix that. Let's help our young people. We've heard that the investment in capital and infrastructure are welcome to ensure that our communities have safe and accessible spaces to offer child welfare services. Presently, we know that many First Nations are running their child welfare programs out of buildings that aren't welcoming for children and don't offer our families privacy. We heard about the importance of accountability and positive reflections on the new accountabilities created between First Nations and their agencies. We also heard your concerns about this draft agreement. First and foremost, we heard that you needed more time to discuss the draft agreement. And as a direct result of raising these concerns, we postponed the current assembly from September so that you had more time to discuss the draft agreement in your regions. Some participants raised concerns about what a change in government at the federal level would mean for the draft agreement. And I want to assure you that the draft agreement will become a contract binding the Government of Canada to the commitments that they have been made by the court order once the CHRT has that approved. We also heard concerns about what would happen after the 10 years of this agreement is up. And I again want to assure you that funding will continue to flow and the program will not end. There are mechanisms in the draft agreement to evaluate the funding at the 5 and 10-year marks. And through these mechanisms, the funding for the First Nation CFS program will be adjusted to meet your needs and will continue beyond year 10. We've also heard some chiefs would like to see statutory funding for First Nation CFS program, and this is the end goal. This is why statutory funding is mandated to be considered as a part of the 10-year program assessment. 10 years of stable, predictable, and flexible funding will provide the data required to advocate for statutory funding. We have heard the need for regional representation on the government's committee that are established in this draft agreement so that your priorities and needs are heard on these committees, and we completely agree, which is why we have advocated for this amendment in the draft agreement that you now have. So I want to say good work to everybody for that, for coming together. We have also heard concerns about ending the CHRT's oversight. However, the draft agreement will create a new dispute resolution tool to handle issues with the implementation of reforms effectively, efficiently, and in a culturally appropriate manner. We also heard that you wanted to ensure that the Dispute Resolution Tribunal would be led by a First Nation person, which we have advocated for, and as such, we've changed that also in the draft agreement, so good work. We heard concerns that some regions would benefit more than others from the draft agreement. I want to assure you that this is not the case. All of our children and families will benefit equally from reform, no matter which region they reside in. There are some differences in funding for categories like First Nations representative services for the Ontario region, but this is because these services are part of legislation in Ontario that have been part of how they deliver child welfare services for many years. And the funding for this service was ordered by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. In fact, the draft agreement made it possible for these services to be expanded to all regions. So what Ontario has, the rest of the regions will get it now. These services weren't funded in any other region before. And the expansion of this funding into the regions, it's a significant and positive change that is being created by the draft agreement. So I want to thank Ontario for that. I know I've been hearing concerns as well on that. We have shared profiles of the funding for each of your regions that clearly shows all regions stand to benefit from the reforms and funding under this draft agreement. So while there are differences for some regions based on population and remoteness, as an example, all regions will see an increase in their funding. We heard concerns about engagement, namely who was being engaged, and concerns about the imbalance in some regions over others. We were asked by the tribunal to work together with the parties to the CHRT complaint to resolve the matter of discrimination in the First Nation CFS program, which required years of work to get us to this crucial turning point. I want to assure you that the negotiating team was informed by decades of First Nations-led research, recommendations, and reports. From the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People in 1996, to the Went report of the early 2000s, to the National Advisory Committee's recommendations, and those of the regional engagements conducted on the agreement in principle in 2021 and 2022. And the key recommendations of 3 major reports provided under the direction of the Assembly of First Nations by the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. We also heard concerns that the Ontario region was overrepresented in the negotiations. However, this is a virtue of First Nations organizations, from the Ontario region joining as interveners in the original complaint to the CHRT. So in the beginning, there was two parties. There was Canada, of course, and the Assembly of First Nations and the Caring Society, and then later other people had intervened, other groups. And so we visited every region since July, most in person, but some virtually, to hear the feedback of leadership and technicians. We've been graciously welcomed and have had several opportunities to return to the regions for further discussions and engagement. We would like to thank the regional chiefs and their teams for organizing engagement events, more numerous than I can name here. I haven't had a break all summer, but please know that we have not have achieved and surpassed our engagement goals without you. Lastly, I want to take a moment to address those who are here representing agencies this week. I see many of you in the room, and I thank you for being with us today, for the good work you do. Please hear me when I say this. We are not working against you, we are working with you. We have heard agency representatives, directors, and others that you have concerns about your funding and ability to offer services with these changes that are proposed under the draft agreement, particularly when it comes to prevention. Agencies will continue to receive funds to deliver legally required prevention services to the children and families they serve. These funds are included in your baseline funding. The draft agreement does not and cannot change the legislation of the province or territory you provide services in. Under the draft agreement, nearly 1/3 of the funding will go to agencies. That funding is based on the fiscal data you've provided to ISC over the past several years through the actual expenditures process. Excuse me. You will also see your funding increase year over year based on the Consumer Price Index and population growth, which is funding that agencies have never had before. Agencies also have access to the service provider adjustment mechanism in the draft agreement. So in the event that an agency has or expects a shortfall, there is a tool to address that. Additionally, agencies will have access to the dispute resolution process without having to hire lawyers or risk representing themselves. Currently, there is no dispute resolution process for agencies to settle matters with Indian Affairs. While the funding structure proposed under the draft agreement does represent a change, it is a change that is needed to put the decision-making back into the control of First Nations governments, according to their inherent and constitutional rights, and who can work more directly and in partnership with their agencies to forge a better path for our children and our families. This unprecedented funding commitment will be allocated where it's needed the most and will support First Nations children and families who need it the most. This funding isn't agency funding or First Nations funding. This is more and better funding for programs, services, and supports for loving First Nations families and thriving children within our communities. So we encourage agencies and First Nations to take this next step together, talk to each other, collaborate, and innovate for the sake of our children. Further divisions and wedge issues will not help our children. I want to thank the chiefs, knowledge keepers, youth technicians, agency representatives, and all participants who have joined us at these engagements over the past few months. It truly has been an honor to sit with you, to learn from you, and to hear your reflections on the draft agreement so that we can work together to make it stronger. Drawing from the input gathered during these engagements, we have advocated for amendments to the draft agreement to reflect the concerns you have shared. So I don't know if the AFN Legal still wants to provide an overview. Are we good now? I think Lacey had finished, and I just want to close off and thank you so much. Chimigwech, thank you so much for listening to us. And thank you. We went across this country and we've heard those requests for changes, and we worked hard all last week to make sure we had amended agreement, that we can come here and that we find that common way. I'm glad that Judge Mandaman will be here tonight to bring all of us together, the people that want to sit and do all this hard work, and let's try and come out of this united, right? And I think that we can find common ground together. Thank you.
Chimigwech National Chief. So that ended that panel. I acknowledge that there's a chief at the microphone. There's no Q&A for that particular session, but I will ask for microphone number 2, but just before, just wanting to let you all know that we try to get to the All Chiefs Forum, open forum, and you'll have time during that session to come to the microphone, speak, ask questions, and I already asked AFN to make sure that if there are questions, they will be in a position to answer as well. So on that, I will go to microphone number 2 for maybe a quick intervention, and then I will turn the floor over to my colleague Adam for the next panel. Over to microphone number 2.
Miigwech for the clarification. I'll come back when the open panel starts.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. It's going well. We are now at the next panel, and for that I will turn the floor over to my colleague Adam. Thank you so much. And thank you very much to the panelists of that all we heard panel was very, very important information, and we appreciate your time. Thank you, Adam.
Miigwech. Thank you very much, Weena and National Chief, for concluding that specific panel discussion. At this point, I would like to invite the panelists for the next panel to make their way up to the front and have a seat. I'm inviting from the Caring Society, Dr. Cindy Blackstock, Proxy Phyllis Hudson, as well as Legal Counsel Sarah Clark. Also from the Assembly of First Nations, Legal Counsel Julian Faulkner, from Chiefs of Ontario, Maggie Wenty, and from the AFN, is it Stuart or Adam, or Stuart Watke will be making the presentations. While they're making their way up, so Chiefs, it is now, what time is it? It is now 3 o'clock. This panel discussion was originally on the agenda for 1 o'clock. We are 2 hours behind. Chiefs, this morning you made it very clear that you need time to have open dialogue and hear from the different regions, hear those regional differences. On the agenda that you passed, we had initially allocated 2.5 hours from 3 p.m. until 5:30 p.m. to hear, have discussion, and hear the regional perspectives. We are now 2 hours behind. I am looking to the panelists that are up here. We had to make a slight change, and my colleague Weena explained this, that we have a total, originally it was 1 hour panels. We've cut it down to 30 minutes to hear from the panelists. Panelists, you have a total of 20 minutes altogether, not 20 minutes each, altogether. And I will say this, we are way behind. The first panel that spoke right after lunch, every panelist, of course, went over. It is our role as co-chairs to try and follow the time limits, the restrictions in the agenda that you've passed. So I am asking the panelists if we can stick to the 20 minutes. And the idea is that we have an open dialogue and you have an opportunity to ask questions at the end of the day. But I'm being realistic that that time is shortening. So I am looking to the panelists. Please be mindful. And I'm looking to the panelists. We've identified fairly much 3 minutes each, 5 minutes for the Caring Society for this session. Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler from Anishinaabe Nation has recognized that, and he's relinquished his time, so he will not be on this panel. So I'm going to start. We've got 5 minutes internally. That's just internal. I'm going to invite the Caring Society, and they can decide how they want to break up the time. And I'm going to invite, there are 3 of them that are here. I'm going to invite them up to address the Assembly. Miigwech. We can start the timer, please.
Thank you, Chiefs. I recognize the territory and all the parties. The most important thing is that this be a vote for children. And if it is, then we all win. When I talk about the funding, I just want to bring you to paragraph 383 of the agreement, because 47.8 is a very large number. But 383 is where the fine print enters in. And it says that any and all funding commitments by Canada agreed to by the parties in the final settlement agreement are subject to annual appropriations or other necessary approval processes by the Government of Canada. Well, what's that? They're undefined. It's arbitrary. It's discretional. So really what this is a one-year funding agreement with a lot of discretion from Canada after that. You, in the terms and conditions, you're going to have annual risk assessments as nations. They're going to come and look at your governance. They're going to come and look at your finances. They're going to look at your capacity. And they're going to determine whether or not you get the money, and if so, under what conditions. The agencies, an independent assessment has said that First Nations agencies will be underfunded over the first 5 years by $9.87 billion. We got to make sure that agencies are properly funded, but we also need to make sure First Nations are properly funded and they have the capacity building to be successful for their children. When it comes to Jordan's principle on the off reserve, they're right. Canada probably won't agree to that. They didn't agree to it when were pushing them to get Jordan's principle off reserve the first time. We went to the tribunal and we got an order for them to do Jordan's principle off reserve, and we should do the same thing here. This agreement is 9 years. This case has been going on for 18. What do we say to that child in year 9 who's being left behind? There's nothing binding. They say that Canada will consider legislation in year 9. Well, I say, Canada, do it now. Show the chiefs you're serious. We have some amendments that we're proposing, but I want to be clear about this, is we are inviting your better ideas. We want the best ideas to surface for kids. We don't want to see some kind of half deal where even we're wrong. We're putting it out there to be public and transparent. And we want to restore First Nations leadership, not a committee, First Nations leadership as the decision makers for your children throughout the term of this agreement. Ceding that to a committee is not going to be successful because that committee is confidential. It can't talk to you. You can't talk to it. And it's no replacement for you and the experts that you have on the ground. And that's why I want to introduce Phyllis Hudson to talk about what this means for children, because she is an expert on the ground.
Respected elected chiefs, and I mean respected. At the end of the day, it's me as a social worker and you who answer that door at the middle of the night to a call of our people for help, for safety, for our children. It's us. It's nobody else but us. And they're relying on us. They voted you in. They trust us. I've been a social worker in New Brunswick as a Mi'kmaq for 25 years. And I've seen a lot of people come and go. Not because they wanted to, but because the system failed them. They failed them. Our children didn't deserve and don't deserve to lose what they are supposed to have. And that's just very simple, equitable treatment. That's it. It's very simple. And there's nothing more gut-wrenching than having to sit here and to listen to this and to this fight. And at the end of the day, who is responsible for these children is you, respected elected leadership. And I, as a social worker, and I, as the social workers that represent New Brunswick, and I'm very honored, Cindy Blackstock, for allowing me this time, because I'll probably never get it again. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you very much. From the Caring Society, Dr. Cindy Blackstock, as well as proxy Phyllis Hudson. So miigwech for that. Next, I'll call upon AFN Legal Counsel Stuart Wetke. Again, this panel discussion is a plenary on reformed First Nations Child and Family Services funding model and remoteness. If I can get the timer set to 6 minutes, please. Stuart Wetke will be speaking on behalf of Chiefs of Ontario, or no, not on behalf of Chiefs of Ontario. I need to correct myself. We'll be taking the allocated time that Maggie Wente from Chiefs of Ontario was going to speak. So, Stuart Wetke.
Yes, good afternoon once again. Stuart Wetke, General Counsel for the Assembly of First Nations. A lot has been said about this settlement agreement, and it is a big decision. There are a couple things I would like to highlight, though. With respect to the arguments that this agreement is not enforceable, if this agreement is approved by the Chiefs in Assembly, it will be signed. It becomes a legally binding contract. Once it's signed and legally binding, of course, Canada has the honor of the Crown and all the rest of those aspects under law that they have to abide by. What we also intend to do, the agreement, of course, if it's signed, it becomes legal binding, but there is one caveat that we have to get the CHRT approval of the settlement agreement. And once the CHRT approves it and we get an order from the tribunal, we'll have a CHRT order, which will also file with the Federal Court of Canada. So it'll become a federal court order, much like we did in 2016 with the merits decision. So it will be binding. And if Canada breaches that agreement, we have the ability to go back to the tribunal or to the court to enforce it. Now, with respect to the funding, there's been questions on, whether Canada is funding appropriately, that type of thing. And obviously, we feel that Canada could provide more funding, and they should be. These are our children, our most precious resource. But to put context, right now, Canada is spending $2.7 billion in CFS. When you add in the other enhancements, such as capital and stuff like that, they're spending $3.2 billion per year. They are complying with CHRT orders at this time. They're spending 3.2, you multiply that by 10 years, that's $32 billion. Under the settlement agreement, First Nations will receive much more. So that is an important consideration as well. The last thing I would like to talk about in the time I have left is really about the intentions of the agreement itself. We recognize that child welfare is a broken system. It's not our system. It's a very European, Eurocentric model. And we've used examples in the past, such as, for instance, if a single parent is working 2 jobs, trying to raise a child. In the past, that child would be removed because a parent is not supervising them properly, under neglect. Here you're taking a child from a loving parent and placing them in a foster home and paying strangers to raise that child. That is not in any First Nation value system whatsoever. That is a European model. Wouldn't it be better to actually provide funding supplements and resources to that single parent so they can actually put food on the home with food vouchers, have rent supplements, and that way they don't have to work 2 jobs, and you can keep the child in the home with a loving parent who's doing their best to protecting them. So when you look at the reforms we're proposing, we are trying to oust that European way of thinking, that model. Right now, under the funding regime, apprehensions of children are unlimited. There is no cap on removing children. And we pose this question to Canada in the CHRT process. What would happen if an agency came in and apprehended every? Will Canada reimburse that agency and pay for it? They said yes. We are putting a limitation, a false ceiling, so to speak, but essentially we are putting a cap on protection services. Agencies will get funding for protection services if they go above that and run out of money, they will have to work with the First Nation, actually report back to the First Nation of why they ran out of money. And there could be tough questions asked. Did you do your prevention? Did you do post-majority? Did you do all these things? But in any event, the funding, the regime we're trying to replace is that First Nations would have a role. So if an agency runs out of protection money, they'll have to go to the First Nation, work with the First Nation, and both parties will have to make the funding request for Canada. Now, it's under provincial statutory requirements. Canada will have to provide the funding, but the fact is the First Nation will finally have a role in that. So we are looking at a way to keep making sure that First Nations actually have an active role in the services that are being provided to their communities and the full array of services. First Nations themselves will be getting 2/3 of the funding up front. And it's not prescribed. And that money is not regulated by provincial laws. So when you're dealing with poverty-related issues, no food, no housing, not being paid enough to pay your rent, that's not under provincial legislation. But First Nations will have the ability to use the funding to actually provide those services and supports to that family. And that's what we're doing in this. The whole intent of the settlement agreement is to really to address the high rates of apprehensions and the overrepresentation of First Nations children in the family, in the child welfare system. And all these amendments are to ensure that First Nations will be in the driver's seat and that agencies and First Nations will work together to ensure that the full array of services can be provided to that child. And that's the intent of the settlement agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stuart Wetke, Legal Counsel for the Assembly of First Nations. Next, I'll call upon Legal Counsel for the Anishinaabe Nation. I think I misspoke incorrectly, but Julian Faulkner is with Faulkner's LLP, and he is Legal Counsel for Anishinaabe Nation. Julian.
Thank you, Adam, and it's an honor to be before you, Chiefs. I want to acknowledge the sacred items in the room and the elders and the territory. In the interests of being extremely quick, I'll say firstly that I heard Dr. Blackstock, who is undoubtedly a foremost authority on child welfare, say that she was worried that this government, that the next government couldn't be trusted to honor the agreement. Well, I just want to echo, because I'm not a child welfare expert, I'm a lawyer, and I understand I have to apologize for that regularly. But what I can tell you as a lawyer is if the other side doesn't keep a deal, I take him to court and enforce the settlement. It's that simple. So the reason not to agree to this is not that it's not enforceable. It's absolutely enforceable. But I'm trying to figure this out. So we're worried they're not going to uphold their end of the agreement, the new government, say under Poilievre. It doesn't take a crystal ball to know that's what we're talking about. But on the other hand, we're talking about negotiating with this new government. As a negotiator, I'm not a child welfare expert by any means compared to Dr. Blackstock, but as a negotiator, the idea of sitting in a room with the Poilievre government and trying to get you this kind of agreement, it's off the charts, speculative, fanciful, and I have marshland in Florida to sell you. It's not going to happen, respectfully, and I'm sorry, it's just my opinion, but you're not going to get that ear, you're not going to get that flexibility. What's going to happen is that remote communities will continue to get the short end of the stick. If page 17 of the PowerPoint on remoteness can be put up, I'm just going to put one page up for you. The average allocation for remote communities in this country will be, under this agreement, the national average will be 30% adjustment for remoteness. That's a new world. In the northern communities, such as Anishinaabe, Okinawan, the adjustment's as high as 100%. This won't stop with child welfare. This will become the rule for education, for safety, for health. And this idea that somehow 10 years or government allocation
is a bar to doing a good deal? Well, that in fact was the reality with the BC Health Authority. It's a 10-year deal, and the government honored it because lawyers are there to take them to court if they don't honor deals they sign. That's the only thing we're good at. So you make them sign, and I'll force them to comply, I promise. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Julian Faulkner, legal counsel with Anishinaabe Nation. Final speaker, I'm going to call upon Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse, Anishinaabe Nation, to come and address the Assembly. Again, Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler was on the list, but he's deferred to the other panelists.
Bonjour, Wachiek. I'd just like to follow on what Julian was saying in terms of working with remoteness and why Anishinaabe Nation really intervene on the area of remoteness. I just got a call from one of our chiefs in Attawapiskat, Chief, and Chief Sylvia, and she basically said to me, before you go up there, can you ask the chiefs, like, how are the chiefs in the Assembly going to help a community like mine, like Attawapiskat, who's particularly in like third world conditions, you know, especially with this, with the fact that many of our programs and services, we have to leave the First Nation to really access those services. The cost of living, the cost of fuel, the cost of all these different areas are really so far advanced. And that's why that we worked so hard to develop the remoteness quotient, the RQ that we call it. We worked on it for many years to really look at an empirically based, evidence-based look at quantifying remoteness. How much does it cost to deliver child and family services? And this is what we want to bring to the table. This is what we want to share with every remote communities across Canada as well. It's not just the fly-in communities. There's also road access communities. There's communities that are accessible by barge. There's various costs associated with that. That's why we want to really have this intervener status, not just for Anishinaabe Nation communities, but also communities in the other regions of Canada that have those challenges with remoteness costs. And you've seen your numbers, you've seen your profiles, your community profiles, and how much remoteness top-ups are you going to get? Speaking of remoteness top-ups, I think I need a top-up on my time because I need remoteness. Okay. But anyways, so the thing is, the fact of the matter is, the reason why it's so important, especially with our communities to have this remoteness, is so our chiefs have said, give us the tools, and we're going to be developing our own systems through our own languages, our own culture that's more representative of the people who we come from. We're very diverse, and I think this agreement will have that opportunity to influx those resources for them to start building it. Many people say, well, they don't have the capacity. They're not ready to accept this money. Well, when are they going to be ready? You know, you need to start someplace. And I think this is opportunities to give them a floor to really start on some of those initiatives that are there, like the band reps, like the prevention, and moving ahead. So this is the reason why that we also created the National Assembly of Remote Communities, NARC, to ensure that other voices across Canada have that opportunity not to be left behind and given the short end of the stick. Other communities across Canada that have remoteness index will get that remoteness funding as well as a top-up in many of those areas. So we continue to push that work for many of our isolated and remote communities across this country. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse. And with that, I would like to thank all of the panelists and being mindful and being very respectful to the time allocation so that we can get to the open forum and the chiefs can talk about their issues and their differences across the region. So with that, thank you very much to the panel. We will move along to the next panel discussion. And before we do that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Weena just for some very brief announcements.
Thank you very much, Adam. I hope you are all full of energy because we still have a long day to go ahead, but I'm sure you have. So 2 quick announcements. First thing, a bracelet was found this morning in this room. It is a very nice bracelet. Don't want to keep it. So if you lost it, please go to the co-chair's assistant table. They will help you find a way to get your bracelet back. The co-chair's table or assistant is just at my right at the stage, or your left. Yeah. So, second, Candice Keshan, I'm sorry to say your name out loud here, but you're needed from Yellow Thunderbird Lodge CFS, you're needed or invited to go back to the registration to get back what you forgot there. So on that, I will now turn the floor to Adam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miigwech. Thank you very much, Weena. For the next panel discussion, I'd like to invite Andre Baer and Jessica Saunders. If you can make your way up to the front, they will be making the presentation on behalf of the Caring Society. And I'll just give them a minute to make their way up to the front. Mina kakinagwa jimnawa majugo numunenda gaisig kwaya kirtajin jiganong. Kchige gonega dajin jigade gabnonji shag. Ego mina nigan gen mad zwaj. Mianuga dajminda. Ego kchige gonwe. Ego bayta go dajin jiganong. Is baksen jigadek. Kenin numunindan nextihama gma magwa nego zagning out search. Keno ay penda ubizinda mwatsu kchige gonga dajin jigadek. So, we will be following the same format. This final session before the open forum is a plenary on governance of the draft agreement and alternative dispute resolution under the draft agreement. So those 2 issues. Again, the format we will be following is I will ask the representatives from the Caring Society. We've allocated 5 minutes. And then we will be going to legal counsel from the Assembly of First Nations, Adam Williamson, 3 minutes. Maggie Wente, legal counsel for Chiefs of Ontario, 3 minutes. And then Julian Faulkner, legal counsel for Anishinaabe Nation, again, 3 minutes. At that point, we will be getting to the very important open dialogue discussion, a chance for you to ask your questions and have your discussion. So with that, I'm not sure who's speaking first, but from the Caring Society, invite you both, Andre Baer, Jessica Saunders, and you can make that decision who's doing what.
Good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge the territory we're on and thank those who assisted with the pipe ceremony and the prayer, and thank you for all your contributions. On long-term reform, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, after hearing mounds of evidence from First Nations, leaders, elders, knowledge keepers from across Canada, these are some of the things that the tribunal said about long-term reform. The cycle of harm must be broken. On what's needed, a complete reform, a transformation that will protect generations to come, and called the discrimination against First Nation children and families harms of the worst kind. Canada has said to experts, part of the broader circle, that they never would have done any of this if it weren't for the orders in the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Why would we make a dispute resolution system that gives us less than what we currently have available under the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal? And I'm talking about the dispute resolution process. There are critical pieces missing in the jurisdiction of the Dispute Resolution Tribunal. It can't make orders that would result in systemic change. When I said this, when we were reading, off the jurisdiction to a lawyer who doesn't practice in this area, they laughed because they were like, isn't that the whole point of this? Systemic change, a complete reform, isn't that what was fought hard for over 16 years in the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal? And this process doesn't do anything to assist in making systemic change? It should also be able to make interim orders that protect the immediate needs of children. And thank you to the Caring Society Legal Counsel who pointed that out, and also to families. Families have always been kept out of the best interests of the child, and because of First Nations advocacy, we've opened that up to also include our families. The provisions on dispute resolution are soft on Canada's discrimination and will perpetuate discrimination. It's been said that the dispute resolution process is a First Nation process. I look forward to hearing more on this because I don't see that. It's completely tailored to Canada. I've been on the front lines practicing child protection my entire career, representing nations and agencies in court from mediations to trials. Now, when it comes to an on-the-ground example, part of the difficulty I have with this agreement is I don't know how much the people who negotiated it with respect understand the on-the-ground realities when it comes to protecting First Nations children and protecting First Nations families. How many of you have been dealing with delays and moving goalposts on information requests from Canada in your CHRT 41 capital application process? I'm going to bet pretty much everyone in this room, them or their nations, their staff people have been dealing with these issues. Now, just an example of an on-the-ground reality of how this process is soft on discrimination. When there's funding shortfalls and you don't have enough money in prevention, housing, capital to deal with all the issues facing your nations, and that was talked to in other panels. We know experts are forecasting shortfalls in each region within the first 5 years of this agreement. When there's shortfalls, you have to make a service provider funding adjustment request. Agencies can do it for reasons beyond reasonable control. When nations have to do it, this is First Nations. This is a First Nation process. Unforeseen events beyond its reasonable control, not including reasonable foreseeable natural events or circumstances covered by other government programs or policies. There you have it, First Nations being again made to jump through all the hurdles. What do those things mean? I'd like to hear the lawyers who negotiated speak to that, because it's First Nations who are going to have to on the ground deal with this. It then goes, and I can cite the sections. Section 198. It says, ISC shall make a determination on the funding request. But in the very next breath, it says, if ISC has not made a determination within 30 days, the request is deemed to have been denied. So when you as a First Nation don't have enough money and you or your agency have to go seek more, if ISC, it says it has to, but then in the next breath it says, oh, it doesn't have to make a decision. And when it doesn't, it's deemed denied. The Caring Society has said in decisions on those such processes, it should be deemed approved. That will get Canada to move. Even on urgent requests, even when it's then gone to an adjudicator in dispute resolution, again, a First Nations process, it says that the adjudicator selected by the President, who's appointed by Canada, may consider First Nations protocols, the circumstances of the First Nations. It has to. The only thing it can consider is what Canada used to decide it. It doesn't consider anything from the First Nation. Rather, that's discretionary. That's not a First Nation process. Thank you.
My name is Andre Bear, and I'm a former child of care. I remember the day when I was 4 years old and I was ripped out of my mother's arms by a social worker and placed with a white family. We have an unprecedented opportunity. We crushed Canada at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and this moment is critical because for the first time, we truly have the ability to hold Canada accountable to the atrocities that they have committed against our kids. This is bigger than the AFN. This is bigger than their legal team. This is bigger than Canada. The decision we will make here will have a lasting impact on our children suffering in the child welfare system today and those who are going into the same harmful system tomorrow. For a moment, ask yourselves, how many of your children do you have in care, and what is your responsibility to protect them? Now ask yourself, how many children does the AFN have in care? The AFN, nor their legal counsel, can decide the fate of our rights holders and our future generations. We have the inherent right to care for our children. We've never given that up, but we also have the responsibility to care for our children, and that was given to us by the Creator. mamutawi mausimanto. This is why it's unfair that the parties are controlling negotiations to decide the fate of our children and their future. Why did it take this long for the parties to graciously agree that the other regions now have a say in what happens to their kids? Ask yourself, why would it ever be okay for one region and their children to get more funding than the others? Wasn't that the point of this, to end the discrimination against our kids? We have an opportunity now to establish a governance structure like it has never been done before. The Reform Implementation Committee cannot overlook the inherent rights of our chiefs nor their governance processes. Ask yourself, for all the First Nations who are not in the room and who are not participating, whether it's okay for us to make binding decisions for them, their children, and their future generations. I believe we need a National Chiefs Commission on Children and Families that is led by you, the rights holders of our First Nations across the country. This cannot be something where decisions are made behind closed doors. This cannot be something that is staffed by Indigenous Services Canada. We need a completely open and transparent process where our chiefs can clearly see what's needed to stop the discrimination of our kids for good. We believe the National Advisory Committee needs to come back on board and support the leadership in real time, because it's our experts that we put faith in and our trust in to guide our decision-making to do what's best for our kids. We are not putting our faith in Canada nor the AFN. It's important that the Expert Advisory Committee be included because it's their job to reform the department. Never forget this. The CHRT had said themselves, it's the department that needs to change. And this cannot happen if Canada has the final say over recommendations made by the Reform Implementation Committee. Don't get me wrong, this is a good start. But I don't trust Canada, and I personally don't trust the AFN. We need the CHRT to remain involved in this agreement. We had an unprecedented win at the tribunal. We need to build on those wins to ensure the discrimination of our kids will never happen again. Thank you.
So next, I'm going to call upon from the Assembly of First Nations, Adam Williamson, if you can address the Assembly.
Good afternoon, Chiefs. My name is Adam Williamson. I'm a member of Moose Jaw Point First Nation, and I'm Senior In-House Counsel with the Assembly of First Nations. And I've been involved in these negotiations since I started, about a 5-year period. I want to be very clear, it's been a long period of time. This isn't an agreement that just materialized overnight. This is something that has had dedicated staff and experts and regional consultation from the agreement in principle in December of 2021, which outlines significant elements of what you're seeing before you in terms of this draft agreement. In the context of governance, we've made the amendments to ensure there is regional representation in the context of the RIC. You know, we're hearing people saying, okay, you know, this should be expanded to something else. This should be something greater and better. But we've given regional representation in the context of the Reform Implementation Committee, and it's not a secretive process. All reports are public, all recommendations are public. In terms of the CHRT's continued presence, again, we do have an alternative dispute resolution process which replaces this. And again, we're hearing people say we've had big wins there. Yes, we have. And this agreement is the product of those wins. Again, not something overnight. An agreement in principle was entered into in 2021 with the Caring Society, who negotiated this piece for 2 years under that process. It's not been secretive. It was subject to settlement privilege in the CHRT process, and that is why the parties had to negotiate this, and we released it as soon as we were able. And again, we're hearing, well, what if it's not enough money? Well, there are built-in protections in the context of the Service Provider Funding Adjustment request. Agencies will not be left in the lurch. There is funding available outside the $47.8 billion in the context of their inability to provide legislative services. And least disruptive measures is baked into that process, meaning they can provide their legislatively mandated protective services. Now, in the context of the envelope, I've heard shortfall. shortfall, shortfall, shortfall. The researchers have confirmed that this is an adequate amount of money for reform of this program, based on the research, which is the foundational pieces of the reform, which again, the only research in this area which has been ongoing for a significant period of years. People are trying to frame it as agencies will see significant shortfalls. Well, I've talked about that. You have the service provider funding adjustments. At the end of the day, what we're talking about is a shift in the program, a shift where First Nations are involved in the space. And that seems to be a bad thing from what I'm hearing. 16 billion in prevention going to First Nations. That's the difference here versus being split with agencies. And they're saying that's a bad thing. They're saying agencies should be dictating to First Nations when they can start assuming these services versus the other way around. Where is the accountability of those providing services to the First Nations they serve? All that being said, that's my time. We appreciate, obviously, all of you being here. This is your agreement. We will listen to your mandates. We will listen to you. You say yes, we will continue. You say no, we will go back. And I can't say the same for all the parties currently arguing on this thing. Thank you for your time.
Miigwech, thank you very much. Next, I'll call upon Maggie Wente. Maggie is a partner with OKT, legal counsel for Chiefs of Ontario.
Ani, bonjour, Maggie Wente Nadishnakaz, Serpent River Dunjba. Thank you for having me here. Thank you to the drum, to the elders for their opening remarks. I am counsel for Chiefs of Ontario, and I'm a member of Serpent River First Nation, and I have an MSW and have been practicing law for 22 years for those who are interested in my qualifications. I just want to talk a little bit about the alternative dispute resolution process and some of the questions that have been raised just now. So I think it's very important in the concept of amendments and amendments that have been raised to remember that in order to make an amendment to an agreement, all parties must agree. And I have heard a lot of suggestions about amendments today that I don't disagree with. They would be great to have, and they were not things that were able to be achieved. And so we need to, unfortunately, inject a dose of reality into our thinking about the kinds of things that we might be able to achieve through an amendment or a renegotiation process. My advice has been to my clients that I think that there is a very, very slim 0%, almost 0% chance that there will be a mandate from Canada to renegotiate this agreement. That said, the ADR process, which I was particularly involved in negotiating, I think offers some things that are superior to what the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal offers. To begin with, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, like all human rights tribunals across Canada, is subject to underfunding and is subject to have its funding changed and its members who make decisions changed. In contrast, the tribunal that's been set up under the agreement will have secure funding for 10 years, will be led by First Nations people, will be led by First Nations people who have been recommended by the parties and by the Reform Implementation Committee. And they will be there to make decisions in a culturally appropriate fashion as recommended by the First Nations who are before the tribunal in order to give their advice about how it should be done. And in addition to that, so that's not something that we can get at all from the CHRT. And in addition to that, that's not something you can litigate yourself into. So you can go back to the tribunal, but the tribunal's not going to design a dispute resolution system for you. In addition to that, there will be duty counsel, navigators, cultural officers, all set up in order to assist First Nations who have disputes under the agreement. And there will continue to be access to the tribunal for First Nations and families who have human rights complaints to be done. So this is just designed to deal with allocations under the agreement. And it's important to know that's not something that is currently available. So it is a shift, and it is a new form of dispute resolution. So that's all of the time that I have, but I'm happy to answer your questions. I'm in the pink blazer. You can find me. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Maggie Wente, legal counsel for Chiefs of Ontario. Next, I'll turn it over to Julian Faulkner, legal for Anishinaabe Nation.
Thank you. Hello again, Chiefs. Yes, I'm still a lawyer. I'm still sorry. So I found it very compelling, Andre Baer's story, and I want to acknowledge that. But I do want to make an observation that optimism, we can do better. This is a good start. We can do better. I'm stuck as a negotiator. I don't get the luxury as a negotiator to lead, respectfully, a cheerlead. I have to deal in reality when I make recommendations. The we can do better is in the context of an incoming Poilievre government. Let me explain what the Conservative government in Ontario, and I know there's places other than Ontario. I was born in Quebec, in a small French Quebec town, son of a black Jamaican, and my mother's a Jewish survivor from Poland. So I'm a strange Jamaican-Polish stud, right? But I had to get that in eventually. But in Ontario, when the Ford government took over in 2018, guess what the first priority they had? And they did. They defunded the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal. Of course they did. This is not rocket science for a Conservative government trying to diminish your human rights. It's not rocket science. They just cut and slashed their budgets. So adjudicators all of a sudden aren't available to do hearings. Hearings back up. The tribunal becomes ineffective. So I hear what Mr. Baer says about what he can hope for the tribunal, but that's a tribunal in the current conditions, not what I as a negotiator fear is going to happen. And it's not rocket science. That's how it works. And when I'm told that we can go back and negotiate A, B, and C, who is that with? It's not with the Trudeau government. It's with the Poilievre government, whose mandate, not if, when they succeed, is to stop giving you money. So what troubles me is that the focus needs to be respectfully on the agreement. I'm going to ask for section 132 to be put up on the screen. Can we get that up, please? Well, I'm not having a lot of success. Section 132 is a provision that provides in clear terms for a recognition of your inherent right to exercise sovereignty. It is a section in the agreement, 132, which I was hoping to get on screen, which specifically says that a First Nation that exercises its rights under Bill C-92 is entitled to, as a minimum, the funding it got under the program, as a floor. So you enter this deal, hypothetically you enter this deal, you receive your funding, and 3 years down the road you decide to exercise your inherent sovereignty under Bill C-92, and the agreement requires that the minimum number you get is the funding you received under the program. Why do I care? That means you're entitled to do all those things Mr. Baer talked about, but you have their money. Because the agreement provides that the money is the floor, the minimum you get. And of course you get more because you will have taken over, potentially, for an agency. So when I hear the words, we can do better, we need to exercise sovereignty, the agreement contemplates it. I ask you to look at 132, because there's no doubt in my mind that that is the way. We talk about the importance of you taking care of off-reserve children and your off-reserve members. Guess what? You can take the money they give you, and under 132, you can take care of your off-reserve children because your inherent sovereignty mandates it, as I've heard continually from the chiefs. The point is, you can set up the money as a baseline and then do with it what you want under Bill C-92. That's in the agreement because the idea was that this is a growth stage. And I simply ask you to consider that. Respectfully, maybe it's my limitation, but I cannot make Mr. Poilievre a compassionate person. I can't do it.
And when we understand that our options are very limited, then I think it puts this agreement in a different light. There's an old Rolling Stones song, you know, you can't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need. 132, which is now on screen, well, it shows you respectfully what you need, which is that inherent jurisdiction, recognition, and respect, and it creates a minimum funding floor for you. You can do anything you want with that money once the floor is set. I thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Julian Faulkner from Anishinaabe Nation Legal Counsel. I can't sing, but I now have a Rolling Stones song in my head. You probably do too. So with that, that concludes this panel discussion. I'd like to thank and acknowledge, on behalf of the Caring Society, Andre Baer, Jessica Saunders, on behalf of Chiefs of Ontario, Maggie Wente, Anishinaabe Nation, Julian Faulkner, and Assembly of First Nations, Adam Williamson. So thank you very much for the presentations. Thank you. Before we turn it over, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Weena to open up the next very important discussion. Just a reminder, Chiefs, it is obvious we do not have consensus at this point. This three-day assembly was set to come and make a decision. A final agreement has been negotiated. You all have copies. The decision is whether to accept it or not. The way that's done is through a resolution. Chiefs, we have draft resolutions that are conflicting with each other. We do have a resolution that's worded in such a way that you accept the final agreement. We have 4 other resolutions that say we do not accept the final agreement, and they call for changes to be made. With those 4 resolutions, they conflict with each other as well. There are different terms and conditions that are called for. So all 5 resolutions conflict with each other. Our goal is always at the Assembly of First Nations to achieve consensus. What I will say in my language, Nsadaunawan ega ewichine damum diak. Kawan megwach kuwichine damum tsimen. Miachstau migatsik. So we do not have consensus. A reminder that this evening at 6 o'clock, there is a session that has been planned. It is organized to be in this room. The goal is to build consensus. So we will have a facilitated discussion with the Honorable Tony Mandaman. Tony Mandaman is a retired judge of the Federal Court, the Trial Division. He will be here to bring parties together and have that discussion to see if we can build consensus. We are inviting all of the movers and the seconders of each of the resolutions, as well as any chiefs that are proposing amendments, to please attend. As well, Justice Mandaman says that this needs to be an open, transparent process. So everyone is invited to be here and listen in and participate. So I just wanted to remind everyone that is scheduled for 6 p.m. here in this room. So with that, I'd like to thank the panelists, and I'd like to turn it over to my colleague to start the next agenda item. Miigwech.
Yep. Miigwech, Adam. As he mentioned before, many times now, his language grounds him, and I think it has an effect on everyone when we all speak our language. It has a positive impact on everyone, I think. But, chiefs and proxies, here we are. We have now completed the 4 information sessions. Yes, we did. And thank you to all panelists and to you, chiefs and proxies, for your presence, your active participation by listening to that and being patient, and to those chiefs and proxies and participants joining us online, thank you for still being here, because it is not a time to hear from you, chiefs and proxies. We want to hear your perspectives and your recommendations. That's what you asked for, and that's what we are here for now, because we want to create a safe space to do so and an open space. And for that, I will need your help, your collaboration to you all. As per the adopted agenda, we have until 5:30. So I will ask Encore if you can please put back just for us as the full 90 minutes on the screen. And so we have 90 minutes in front of us. This represents a considerable amount of time and valuable time. So in order to hear from you and as many chiefs as possible, I would ask you, if possible, to be brief and concise and precise in your comments or questions, because I will now ask the parties to the draft agreement, so the AFN, the First Nations and the Caring Society, so the AFN, COO, NAN, and Caring Society to please stay close by, because if there's a question addressed to you, we would like you to be in a position to address that question. And so on that, chiefs and proxies, this is your time. We want this space to be respectful, of course, but this is all yours. On that, we'll keep with the same process. We'll go to microphone number 1, 2, and 3, which is the one online. So I will I will check the list of participants for raised hand. This is the way to let me know that you want to speak if you're online. And we will put the timer to 4 minutes for each intervention, but the more concise you are, the more chiefs and proxies we can hear during these 90 minutes. So on that, thank you very much, and I will now invite microphone number 1. Please state your name, title, and nation, community, or First Nation. Over to you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raven Hall. I am from Clem2, Kitasoo, Haycase Nation. I'm here as a proxy, also elected council. I used to be in care. I'm 30 years old. I look around this room and I see older people, much older than me. You know, on that topic, I would like to see more youth representation. How are we making decisions that will be impactful to our children and our families when there is no youth representation, when there is no youth input? How are we doing this if this is for our children? Where is the youth council? Where are they sitting at this table? And I put that pressure onto my council back home as well. The reason why I'm on council is because of the youth. That is why I got elected. So this matter is very important to me. It is very, very important to me, and it should be very important to you. And if you don't have questions, I am not a yes person. Before I say yes, I want to be properly informed, properly educated, so that I can make an informed decision. And I would hope all of you would too. Being older than me, being doing this for a much longer time than me. I would like to see more younger people at these tables, a part of these conversations. And if you are not questioning what they are presenting us, shame on you. And I say this is not aggression, this is not anger, this is passion. I have passion for our children because, you know, they don't put off reserve on the table on this. And that guy up there said, oh, we can use the money in section blah, blah, blah. But let me tell you, it should be on the table already. It should be a part of it already, because Noello Soup was off reserve in the care of MCFD. She went missing. I am also a MMIP advocate. I am not for discrimination. MMIP, missing and murdered Indigenous people. And she was in care. MCFD still has not spoken up about her missing and then being found unalived, murdered inside a trash can. Let this be something that touches your heart and is impactful. Because when we are talking about all youth, we are talking about every youth in every single city. All I hear is colonial structures, time management. That is colonial. I come from the longhouse and the big house. When we start something, we go until we are done. And sometimes that lasts until 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning. There is no time structure. This is a colonial structure. How lucky are we to have AFN sitting at government table? How lucky are we? But it is still colonial run, colonial structure.
30 seconds.
That is very, I'll be back up then, but that is very disrespectful. I want to see more representation from us, and I want to hear less from legal. I want to hear from people who have lived experience, which is a big majority of us in the room. So feel it in your heart if you want to get up and talk and you are shy, because I've never done this before. But I feel strong for our children. I feel strong for our people. Thank you.
Miigwech. Thank you very much. Maybe I didn't mention it, but just a reminder to you all that it's important to follow or to respect the code of conduct that we all abide by that, and our true value of respect of each other. So on that, I will go to microphone number 2, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Crowchild. I'm a minor chief from Tsuut'ina Nation. I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. First of all, years ago, AFN, when Perry Bellegarde was national chief, he came and he advised, encouraged the chiefs to accept C-92. Now, when you look at C-92, that's a delegated authority, so our sovereignty is limited. Now, this lawyer, the last speaker, says under C-92, the First Nations can do whatever they want. You're still under limited sovereignty. I come from a treaty nation, and as a nation, we never gave up our right to government or our right to our languages, our right to sovereignty or anything like that. We are sovereign people. We don't need Canada to delegate authority to us. So I'd like to know, why is he saying through a delegated authority under C-92 you can do whatever you want? That's crap. The other thing too is, this whole settlement is about correcting the discrimination and the racism to our children. Where in that document does it say Canada has to cease discrimination? We can get this money and work it out in our communities, but Canada can continue to discriminate against us. And it doesn't matter which party gets in. I'll tell you one thing. The Liberal governments, the Conservative governments, and I don't know about the NDP, but probably because they make deals with Trudeau, all their intent is to legitimize their title to our territories, and that's what our treaties were about, to share our territories, and our peoples never surrendered or ceded our territories. Canada has tried to kill us off, assimilate us, and whatever. But we are the First Nations that Creator put us here, and we have a right of self-determination. Canada never gave us that. They're delegated authority from the British Crown. So why? I'd like to know what in the agreement does it say that once we get this money, when you're under C-92, when you're under other legislations under Canada with delegated authority, how is Canada going to be stopped from discriminating against us? They cost us all the atrocities. Now they expect us to finish it off in 10 years? What's the matter with this? Come on, guys, chiefs, think about your people. Our people are the ones you're elected for. Now think about them. Thank you.
Miigwech. We will now go to microphone number 3, and I will now invite Chief Lance Amon to speak.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
So my name is Lance Heyman. I'm chief of the Algonquin community of Quebec First Nation in the Quebec region. But today I'm also representing regional chief. I'm the proxy for regional chief Picard. And it's been a long day. I know that heard a lot of the discussions and support, a lot of the positions that have been indicated and the concerns around the FSA. We in Quebec region, have, strong regional entities like our Health and Social Service Commission. Grateful for the fact that, they have taken, the time and given the effort to analyze, this agreement. Coming from a small, Algonquin community, it's clear that, as individual communities, we don't have the capacity, to review a 186-page document with a number of appendices and make sense of it. So I'm really grateful for the work that our region has done in terms of highlighting, what's good about the agreement, but also importantly, what are the shortcomings that are found in this agreement. And so, we've met as our region numerous times on this issue, most recently, in the last couple of weeks to talk about, amendments and improvements that we would have liked to have seen going forward in this agreement. While AFN has got some amendments and some of them we are in agreement with, many of them are not. And a lot of it, the concerns we have revolve around the whole issue of governance and the fact that this agreement, was negotiated without the involvement of First Nations across this country. I think a lot of us were surprised in July when the announcement was made that a final agreement had been done, given that there wasn't much information leading up to negotiations that were ongoing and happening. All that to say that, we've highlighted, our issues and concerns and have sent our regional position to the national chief and the executive and also Minister Haidu. Stating that, in its current form, our region cannot, support the current agreement. And I guess before I close, I would have questions, I guess, in regards to accountability. A lot of these processes and direction are given by chiefs in assembly. And clearly there was direction provided in Resolution 40/2022, which indicated that you were to include our regional experts, return with options, and make sure that at the end of the day we could go to the tribunal if things didn't work. So my question is, why didn't that happen, and why is there not a lot of transparency in regards to the process? And here we are now conflicted by, two opposing positions in this agreement. And although the information today was helpful, it was also confusing. So all that to say is that, We're going to participate in the session this evening with a view of trying to find solutions, but clearly there's work to be done in this agreement. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Amon, for your comments and statements. On that, I will now invite microphone number 1, please. 4 minutes.
Ujuni chioge makanak, Niben Makwa, Indishnakas Makwan Totem. I'm Derek Niepenak, Chief of the Minnegozi Anishinaabe, also known as the Pine Creek First Nation. We're a Treaty 4 and 2 community. There's about 5,500 of us. Most of our members live off reserve. I'd like to acknowledge Treaty 7 territory we're on. It's a beautiful, beautiful location here. I'd like to acknowledge all of the presentations today, the professionals who are giving us good guidance as we deliberate on this issue. I think one of the responsibilities that we have in community leadership is to draw from the abstract concepts that are being shared today and find practical application for some of these conversations. And I speak specifically to the issue of the prevention money and the representation money that's currently flowing, because I think it's very important that we identify that some of this final settlement agreement is already being implemented. And for the past 2 years, we've all received prevention dollars. And one of the things that I've heard as a criticism of the agreement is that it's an on-reserve agreement only. But yet when I look at the application of the prevention money that's flowing to the communities subject to this agreement, we're not discriminating. We're not discriminating between on and off reserve families. And I think that that's a very important clarification that needs to be made, is that when we're creating work plans and budgets at the community level, we are not discriminating based on who's on reserve and who's off reserve. And I did consult with another chief from another community, and they're doing the same thing. They're taking care of both the on and off reserve population with the budgets that they have to work with. And that's a practicality I think that we all have to face in leadership, is that when the Canadian dollar reaches our accounts, we have decisions to make each and every day on how that Canadian dollar is being spent towards addressing the trauma and the daily crisis that many of us face in our community. Just for example, sitting here throughout today, I've had no less than 6 messages from the community about families that need emergency support. And there's a crisis unfolding in my community as we speak. But yet we're asked to sit here and have these abstract conversations and talking about how, you know, the money's not enough. I don't know. Like, I really think that there has to be some reasonable practicality considerations brought to this forum. And I'm gonna play my cards early. I'm supporting the agreement. I'm supporting the agreement because I do not see a barrier in the agreement that prevents us from taking care of one another in our communities. Because isn't that what we're trying to do? Aren't we trying to move from where we're at to a new place where we take back responsibility? And anything that can create a practical solution that I can take home and be supported by people who are willing to step up is my responsibility to bring back home. And that's what I'm doing here. The real question to me is not, is Canada spending enough money or they're not spending enough? The real question is, back home, do we have people who are willing to step up and change the system? That's the real question. Do we have the capacity to do that? That's one of the questions that we ask ourselves every day back home. Are enough people getting the training? Do we have enough people willing to step in harm's way to help their neighbor with their addiction? We have enough people back home who are willing to help that little kid who might not have a proper bed to sleep on. But with that prevention money, we can buy that bed for that little one. Maybe they get a good sleep that night. There's practical implications here that we're not focusing on because we're caught in this abstract conversation of big words. So I appreciate the clarification from everybody that's been up there to speak. Very, very fortunate, and I'm very grateful that we live in a place where we can have very, very conflicting opinions and challenges and still shake hands and hopefully find agreement. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Over to microphone number 2.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiasaging Anishinaabe, Gulby First Nation. Gulby First Nation is a signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty of 1850. We have approximately 1,700 members, citizens. We have 400 on reserve, and we roughly have about 1,200 to 1,300 off reserve. We have one one child in care in our community right now in Gull Bay. We're very proud of that, one child. We know that this money is for the on reserve, but we have a lot of issues with our members that are living off reserve. And they need the assistance that we cannot provide for them. And we have a lot of issues pertaining to that. My third point, I want to talk about a little bit of historically and personally. 1975, my parents separated. My aunt and uncle took me in. There was no child welfare. My loving aunt and my loving uncle took me in and took care of me. My older sister and my brother-in-law took care of my older brother and my younger brother. There was no child and family services. They took them in because they loved them and they cared for them. I have a son that's grown up now. Don't have to worry about him because he's old enough to look after himself. But he is raising his daughter, again, without the intervention of child and family services. I have a stepdaughter that's in her third year of university, and she's well on her way, and hopefully that she will live a very good life. But I also have 2 grandchildren that I love dearly, and I can assure you that they will not be apprehended by child and family services, because if the parents doesn't step in, I will as a grandfather. We talk about child and family services. We have a child and family services in our area too, but it's provincially mandated. And again, it's controlled by provincial legislation, which I hope that we can change. But I think what's important is that Gull Bay First Nation was one of the first communities to invoke customary care in our region. And now almost every case is a customary care arrangement. And a lot of the First Nations have followed suit. So prior to that, we had a lot of kids that were Crown wards and were apprehended by CFS or our child welfare agency. We put a stop to that. I think my most important message I have for the Assembly here today, and it's a question not for the lawyers, not for the experts, but it's to each and every one of you as chiefs, counselors, caregivers, and so forth, is we have to reconstitute our traditional roles. And again, you know, when I talk about my son not being part of the child welfare system, it wasn't because I was a good father, it was because he had a good mother. And I think it's really important for the women to really take upon that role again. What was their traditional role? What was the role of women, you know, looking after our kids? I think it's a responsibility, and also the men have that responsibility as well. So I think the lesson here, and that is true sovereignty, when First Nations do not use CFS systems. We don't use a provincial system. Even this system you're talking about, we have that responsibility to our kids, and we should all take on that responsibility. And I'd love to see the day where we don't have a child welfare agency in our community. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. I will now go to the microphone number 3, which is on the Zoom platform, and I now invite Chief Rebecca Knockwood to speak.
Thank you very much. I am Chief Rebecca Knockwood of Umlumcook First Nation. My community is served by the Mi'kmaq Child and Family Services in New Brunswick. I'm a mother and a grandmother. I know what it is that's at stake before us at the Special Assembly. While I know we will never get a perfect agreement on reform of the program that's critical to the well-being of our youngest generation, I will be voting against the draft final settlement agreement, just to put that out there. While there are some positive changes made to the amendment, the draft FSA, there are still some.
I'm sorry, Chief Knockwood, to interrupt, but you've been interrupted by I don't know who, but I will ask, please, AV, to make sure that all microphones are muted, but not the one of Chief Knockwood. So over to you, Chief. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It says, I'll continue. While there are some positive changes made to the amendment draft FSA, there are still some serious shortcomings, including the FSA would still impose terms and conditions on the expert advisory committee rather than as mandated by the tribunal to develop its own terms and conditions. The Dispute Resolution Tribunal would lack the power required to hold Canada accountable and ensure discrimination ceases and does not reoccur. Funding in the reformed program would still be based on ISK's registered on-reserve population instead of the actual number of people who are the residents and citizens of our First Nations. Approval of the FSA would result in ending the CHRT's jurisdiction. And the engagement and process for approval of the FSA is very problematic. Per the AFN Resolution 4022, us chiefs were to be provided with an all available options and related supporting financial resources to ensure First Nations can exercise their free, prior, and informed consent on long-term reform of the FN CFS program. We were not provided with options. Instead, chiefs were provided with a final agreement negotiated in secret with no clear mechanism to provide feedback and no clear process for amendments, and asked to vote yes. The very process leading up to the vote at the special assembly is deeply concerning, as it did not allow for free, prior, and informed consent. Under the terms of the draft FSA, AFN is required to promote the agreement and make best efforts to procure approval from First Nations leadership. As a result, AFN's messaging is consistently framed in a manner that praises the draft FSA. Rather than consult with First Nations leadership and obtain our free, prior, and informed consent, AFN has held a series of engagement sessions that feel as though they are designed to sell the FSA and procure First Nations approval. During the regional engagement sessions in New Brunswick, which I attended, questions and concerns that were raised by chiefs and technicians were not meaningfully addressed. Many remain unanswered. The AFN summary report of the regional engagement sessions completely misrepresented the issues raised by the First Nations in New Brunswick. The AFN should be providing objective and accurate information in these types of summaries so that First Nations can exercise their free, prior, and informed consent. In the future, AFN must refrain from committing to support or otherwise make efforts to procure support from leadership on agreements that have not been shared with communities. We are only provided with an amended version of the draft FSA late last week. This process is flawed. This process has not this process has not provided the opportunity for FPIC. And we were only provided with a complete draft agreement a day or so before the Thanksgiving weekend, which allowed only 2 to 3 business days to renew and review and analyze the new provisions on majority funding and capital funding. The enabling legislation for the alternative dispute resolution would only be provided after the agreement.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I will
Sorry,
ask you
I'm
to
done.
please conclude.
Thank you.
You were done? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chief. On that, I will now invite Chief at microphone number 1, please.
My name's Roger William. I'm Hanigwatin. I'm one of 6 Silcotin communities. And as a nation, I want to let you know that right now we don't agree with the proposed agreement. There's a lot of concerns. Hanigwatin, Silcotin, we're the First Nations that have one Aboriginal title. There's many Aboriginal rights cases that won, and the rights that we have today is not because the provinces and the country of Canada gave it to us. We had it, it's inherent, and we've been fighting for it since. We as Silcotin have sat down with the province, the federal government, and we had no choice but to go to court. And it's the court case was the road that we had to use to win our title. There's many benefits that First Nations across Canada, Indigenous people, their Indigenous law, their Indigenous language, their ceremony, and their children is why we won the case. And that's not what I see in this agreement. There are so many questions in this agreement. The Cairn Society, Cindy Blackstock, because of her, we're still here. And it's going to be the court cases that has forced the government to this agreement. Yet they're trying to cap the agreement. And this agreement is a cap that going to affect our children. You know, my goal as an individual, as a person, as a father, as a grandfather, is to make sure that I don't give up any rights, that I don't give up any title to my children, my grandchildren, and to my unborn. And in this agreement, I see that. The funding, it's a huge number. I mean, that's probably the largest agreement, largest settlement that I've heard of, but yet we didn't know about it. And in the end, what I feel is that it's not meeting the needs of our children. So with that, as a Hanikutin, as a Tselkotin, that there's some talks, we got a few days. Let's see what we can do. Let's see how we can make changes. This morning, we argued about the agenda. And, you know, our leaders stood strong and in the end came to an agreement. We all stand strong. We all have our reasons why we agree with this and we don't agree with it, but we need more time. I know that the government, the next election, is deemed to be seen as a impact, possible impact. But we have the Cairn Society, Cindy Blackstock, that case is still there. And that's an opportunity to make it stronger. So I don't feel that we need to rush. I feel that we need to reset. We learn a lot from this agreement. That from this agreement,
30 seconds.
I hear all the concerns, I hear all the benefits, but I think it'll take time to put it all together. So with that, I just want to say, thank you.
Thank you, Miigwech, for this. Over to microphone number 2, please.
Kelsey Nacheth-Houché, Kozeri through Chuktwe, Chief Coal Lake First Nation, Kelsey Jacko. As the AFN amendments, there's 1,638 changes to the document. You know, the CEO and NAN ratified this last week. Are the proposed amendments already in the current agreement? And I have a hard time, you know, as a Treaty 6 person in Alberta, working with Alberta. You know, we're a non-delegated band. You know, Treaty 6 never ever had an agreement with dealing with our kids with Alberta. You know, and it's a regional representation, like how are we gonna get there? Because we're kind of divided in Alberta, you know? Like regional, I would like to see Treaty 6 regional, but yet we're in the provinces and whatnot. But, you know, the province is still putting our kids in PGO, our reses are still not being notified. And, you know, it's kind of disheartening. You know, half of our membership lives off the reserve. We wouldn't be in that situation if the Alberta government give us a share of the revenues for housing. A lot of our bands are dealing with the capacity. You know, we got to get the best people working for our nations. But is that the case? You know, maybe some of our nations are going to be watered down. We heard it earlier here. You know, 176 page report. A lot of nations don't have the capacity to go over that. You know, it takes weeks and everything. I just feel like this process is rushed. You know, we need more time. You know, I seen the premier here today. Unfortunately, she takes off like that. You know, it's like that all the time. And Minister Turin should be here to listen to our words. You know, our people are still suffering out there with addictions and everything. There must be a better way to do it. You know, we're going to get more money, but we have to deal with the province. You know, the province is not very honest with us. They're not very transparent, you know, and they're going to be holding this funds for us. How do we work with an agency that's not working very well with us? So, unfortunately, I can't be supportive of this agreement. Here in Alberta, we don't have a representative. Now, how do we get our words heard? You know, we never ever sign with welfare with the province. We never ever give up jurisdiction over our kids. I'll just leave it at that. It's kind of awkward, you know, when you give amendments and we're not in the proposed agreement. I just want to know if the proposed amendments made from the AFN are in there. So thank you for your time. Masi.
Thank you very much. I look at the microphone number 3 online, which is the Chief Nakwa. If you can please lower your hand. Your hand is still up. Just don't want to be confused with that. And there's no other hand up on the Zoom platform. So I will now invite Chief at microphone number 1, please.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. I'm proxy holder for Chief Maureen Chapman, Squila First Nation. I just wanted to relay what's been happening on the resolutions. So the movers and the seconders for 0, 2, 3, and 4 have been working and harmonizing the resolutions. Our hope is that the chief and proxies will vote down 0, 1 because we need resolutions 0, 2, and 4, which will remain distinct, as one speaks to processes and one speaks to substance on the next steps. But we're fixing the technical issues with the technicians. So that's the work going on there. But one other point is that I feel that Treaty 7 Blackfoot Confederacy was disrespected this morning. And usually when that disrespect happens, there's something more substantial that happens from the AFN. So I would say with Chief Troy Knowlton that occurred, and there needs to be something done about that. And also there should be a youth ceremony. Maybe that'll bring us together on what we need to do. But I want to cede the rest of my time to Natalie Starlight. She's a youth from this territory. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Natalie Starlight Fraser. I come from Siksika Nation. I'm 24 years old. I'm a case manager and a public speaker. I also was raised in care. I was taken off reserve at 3 years old, aged out at 18, straight to the homeless shelter. And Alberta provided support until I was 22, and now I am here. Why am I a youth that aged out of care advocating and fighting for youth in the system? Because no one is doing it. Decisions keep being made behind our backs, and it's not acceptable, and that's why I'm here. Every morning I wake up early to make sure I spend time with every one of my clients because I never want them feeling like they don't matter. Youth that don't feel like they matter engage in dangerous drug use and die by suicide. No one comes to consult with my clients regarding these matters. I work with Indigenous youth from nations all over Canada. These youth are in the care of the Alberta government. These youth are left behind and neglected from their nations. I work tirelessly trying to connect the nations to introduce them to their kids. I'm disappointed in the lack of involvement from nations to have off-reserve youth in their lives. I need chiefs to step up for off-reserve youth because they deserve justice and healing no matter where they are located. We cannot rely on federal and provincial governments. We know this. As Indigenous people, we have each other. Do not let the Canadian and provincial governments convince us that we must pick between our on or off reserve youth. Reserves are a colonial concept. This is our land, these are our kids, and not being on reserve does not dictate their worthiness. It is not their fault they are in the Alberta system. Alberta policies make it near impossible to provide Indigenous youth a quality life. This is not unique to Treaty 6 and 7 youth. There are youth from all treaties suffering here in the Alberta system. We must include off-reserve youth in this reform or invest in bringing our off-reserve youth back on reserve as soon as we can so that they can benefit. This means investing in children's villages, on-reserve foster homes, and intensive family work to explore kinship options. Assimilated genocide against Indigenous families will still prevail in Canada if we do not talk about how we will pave a way for our off-reserve youth to be included. We need to show Alberta we care about our kids as much as we say we do. Right now, we are leaving the impression on the Alberta government and our kids that we do not care, and Alberta is winning custody of kids from nations all across Canada. Nations, you need to fight for your youth who are suffering every day, thinking no one loves or cares about them while in the care of the province. If we are not able to override off-reserve jurisdiction, then we must work together to bring our kids back on reserve so that they can no longer suffer while in the care of the province and they receive the benefits of this reform. Chiefs, you play a crucial role in saving the lives of off-reserve youth. It is not their fault they are off-reserve, yet they continue to be condemned. We continue to be condemned.
Miigwech for this. I now invite microphone number 2, please.
Thank you. First, I'd like to recognize the rightful owners where we stand today and convene. It's Kolitzelton Bill Yokum's Namo, which is Namo, BC. First of all, I'd just like to state on Proxy Chief Wise, on behalf of the Snable people, is we're really, it's not comfortable coming up here with a conversation. I wish we were all coming together to work, well, we are working together, but more of a consensus. But we, over in the island, ourselves and many nations I work with, we are very disappointed in the process and feel BC might have not been heard, well, definitely in our area, considering that BC would be a good ally in this, considering the UNDRIP and DRIPA we have in BC. So that's a concern we have. It's like, and that's the first concern we have, one of our concerns that we have. But another concern we have as well is the process is we're all convened today in this room, fighting the right fight for the right cause. Absolutely. I think Chief Nepanak hit it right nail. There's prevention happening. People are getting creative where they can, and it's happening today. So I want a message. My messaging would be is this fear mongering, like it's like going to come or go because it's here right now, right? So what's really disheartening for our people is the architect of this whole conversation. Why we're here today? It feels like it's gotten to the point of the AFN possibly. I don't know enough of the minute details, but Dr. Blackstock should be involved in this from the beginning and to the end, and it seems like she's been sidelined. And I don't know why we would sideline the architect, why we're all here today receiving dollars on prevention where it would never existed. I hear a lot of people championing this, but where were you before Dr. Blackstock, right? So nevertheless, I don't mean to get, I'm like everyone else passionate about this. So she should be here, she should not be sidelined, and she should be back to the table doing this. So what's concerning is being elected member of my nation since 2002 is in a lot of negotiations, specific claims. Also want to state coming from a pre-confederated nation of the Douglas Treaty, which we're utilizing in a proper manner from what our ancestors made and fight for us and rights. It's the birthplace of the White and Bob case. Many of you legals will know that. But what's really concerning about this agreement is it's subject to annual parliamentary appropriation. I heard some lawyers up there earlier, which I got a question in, unfortunately they're up there to answer, is who in the right mind would negotiate these annual dollars on the mercy of whoever the political party's mood of the day? That's being blind what it comes down to, right? And then secondly is, I don't know who up there can answer this, but if this is not approved, does the order stay the same under the, so the reason I say that, if it stays the same, I need an answer for that because I'm definitely not a lawyer. Good at bread on many other things, but nevertheless, so do the orders stay the same, Madam Chair? And if so, if I'm hearing people say it does, then what's the urgency, as some previous speakers have stated? Because this, in closing, most of this room's elected leadership and voted in by our people. I know my political career would be very short if I went to a room with a couple of my buddies and some advisors. That would not work very well with our people. And I think that's what's playing out today. It wasn't good governance, and I think we got to hit a restart and bring in traditional values because no nation, whether you're from coast to coast, would govern their people the way how this is rolled out in our view in the Snable. Thank you so much. Isabka.
Chief, please stay close to the microphone because I understand that you have two questions.
Yes.
Concrete questions you would like to get answers.
I'm proxy, sorry. Brother Mike's chief, but yeah.
Proxy. Yeah. So can you please just repeat those two questions? And I will assume that the AFN is taking notes of those questions, good notes, and we will answer them a bit later during this session. That's what I propose.
Did you want the question again, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay, the first question was, if this is not approved, do the orders stay the same? The rest of my other one was more of opinion on governance, so I'll just stick to that one question, please. Thank you so everyone's time. Hi, Sapka. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Proxy. Okay, on that, we will now turn over the Zoom platform, and I'll invite Chief Darlene Bernard.
Way. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, everybody, for the prayers today and all this and hearing everything that was happening. Anyway, getting right to it because I know I'm being timed. So I did participate in an engagement session here at Lennox Sound First Nation. I'm chief of the Lennox Sound First Nation on PEI. And my thoughts from that whole session was around like how it made me think that, you know, AFN was presenting something but it wasn't what was written. Like the words were different than what the messaging was from the people who were presenting to us. And that really raised flags for me, because at the end of the day, like I would say, well, it says this, and they'd say, oh no, but we're going to do this. And I said, well, given our history with the federal government, we need it in writing. So we did talk about amendments and things like that, but where I'm sitting right now, and I have to kind of go back to like my document here, in my opinion, the amendments do not address the most material and important concerns that I have with the FSA. The CRT jurisdiction will still be eliminated. All of the orders for actuals will be eliminated. The amendments do not mitigate our concerns with the ADR process. The ADR tribunal still will have no ability to increase funding or issue systematic remedies. The amendments do nothing to mitigate our concerns about holding Canada accountable to the First Nations children and families. The FSA is still subject to annual parliamentary appropriation, which the last person spoke to, so I'll just skip my points on that. And the amendments do not in any way, shape, or form address our issues around regional modifications. Canada is under no obligation to consider regional requests for funding that is different from the FSA. Programs that are unique and effective may not be funded under the FSA, and the FSA is a cookie cutter type of agreement that would not recognize our unique programs cross country. The amendments do not address the very significant concern provided to breakdown of funding allocations per region. Under the terms and conditions in Appendix 10, it appears that most of this money would be provided to the provinces to deliver child protection services, which I think is wrong, because we're all about protection right now and prevention and keeping our kids in our communities. The amendment does not address our concerns that funding is only guaranteed for 10 years, and I think that someone else spoke to that, so I'm not going to go into that. And the amendments added regional voices to the Reform Implementation Committee. However, we still have significant governing concerns. Specifically, the committee will still make decisions in secrecy. Canada will be a part of the committee. This means that Canada will know more about First Nations children than we do. The Reform Implementation Committee does not have a reporting mandate to the chiefs. Chiefs will not oversee the work of the Reform Implementation Committee. And the committee will be staffed by ISK employees, which is concerning given the long history of discrimination by Canada. The agreement discusses liabilities of First Nations. We want to be clear that the clause will not eliminate potential liability to First Nations who provide services after the FSA comes into force. So if we're not funded enough, then we're not going to be able to meet our obligations. And there's a whole bunch of stuff in there that kind of talks to that. So anyways, I had some other things about capital funding
30 seconds.
And how it's going to be described, but we need to talk about that as well. So anyway, that's my comments from Lennox Island First Nation.
Miigwech Chief. I will now invite microphone number 1, Chief at microphone number 1.
Good afternoon. Is it maybe good evening by now? Hazum and Quenched and Squenched. Chief James Hobart from Spuzzum First Nation, the nation's Nklakutma Nation's capital, British Columbia. I wanted to just maybe reiterate some of the things that we've heard, and we've heard Canada could and should do more. In the same tone, we've heard that they've surpassed an unprecedented amount of money. Now, if we're thinking about our children as their resource, then yes. But if we think about the children as what they are, as our children, and we think about the resources that are extracted across Canada on our unceded territory, can you imagine the billions of dollars? It's like we're playing this kind of a game where take a look over here, but don't really consider. And I think my point is that at some point we're going to stop the conversation around the resources that are being extracted to a point when there's not going to be any left, and all that's going to be left is our conversations around our children. And I feel frustrated about that at this moment. I feel like right now, I live in a remote area, and I feel like what I've heard is that if some lady in some moment didn't call some person to say, what about my remote community? It would not have been on the amendment. How many other phone calls should they have waited for, including my communities? Like that's how by the seat of the pants, it sounds like the amendments were created. By the way, are you heading to that meeting? Yeah. I just wondered if you thought about remote. Okay, we better add that on there. And I know I'm a bit of tongue in cheek here, but that's what we're being fed right now today. That's how the remote areas were included, because somebody made a phone call. If you would have listened in British Columbia and the remote areas in the Yukon, there are so many of those phone calls that could have been made that would have been totally different and would have totally added to the conversation. And that's really sad that they weren't. And so now we're at the spot where we're trying to make a decision around stuff with not enough information, and there's people frustrated that they didn't get heard. I'm from a province of 204 First Nation chiefs, and I'm telling you that I wasn't really consulted about this, not to a point where I feel like I could go back to my community and say, I took your words and went there. And you know why? Because I didn't have the phone number of that guy to call. Cookstem.
Miigwech, Chief. I now invite Chief at microphone number 2, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to try and get through all of this. Hopefully it will happen in 4 minutes. So in the negotiations of the court actions or the rulings, agreements around the tribunal, we often talk about no one gets left behind. And when you're talking about that from the Kwakwaka'wakw perspective, and I'm going to name and I just want to make clearly that I'm not talking for them, but rather of their situation. Mamalilekla, Atlasikula, Slawitis, and Danakdak have no on-reserve populations. One of these 4 has about 20 people living in their community. And there are between 1,100 and 1,000 and 1,100 other people who comprise those 4 bands that are not accounted for in this agreement. Where does that leave our children, and how do we fix that? There are further 4,000 to 5,000 people in remote, 400 to 500 people in remote communities in Kinkum and Guilford Island and Hopetown, who also have very few people in their populations that are living on reserve. And so how does this agreement address their needs? Not to mention the other 12 Kwakwaka'wakw First Nations who all have 1/3 to 1/2 of their population living off reserve. So how does this agreement address their needs? And respectfully, Chief Cindy, it's not an equal opportunity as you say it is, that this will be a fair and equal process, because just by what I've just noted, it's obvious that it's not fair to the Mamalilekla, to the Atlasikula, to the Tawadenuk, to the Kwekwasununut Hahwatmis, to all of these, to the Slawitis. It's not. It's just not going to be. And also, our Kwakwaka'wakw First Nations do not belong to a designated agency. So money's going to go to designated agencies. How is that going to address us when we don't have designated agencies? So there's another unfair or unjust situation there that I just really like to know how that's going to be resolved. I really don't want to see this fail. On the other hand, there are so many concerns about it. If we're really going to work together, why can't we come to a conclusion in these next couple of days, or wait until we can come to a fair conclusion so that we can resolve all of these concerns? Stuart Watney said, Stuart Watney was talking about being able I think a couple of the legal people talked about being able to bring it to court. Who wants to go to court again? We've been to court we heard this morning that there have been more than 30 appearances in court.
30 seconds.
And it still hasn't resolved things. Canada still isn't willing to deal in good faith. There's a reference to FNHA, and these are going to be my final words. FNHA, we celebrated the Health Authority First Nations Health Authority in British Columbia. We celebrated 10 years last year. We're not done, and we're one province. This is a whole country.
Language, Chief. No hand up on the Zoom platform, so we will now invite Chief at microphone number 1, please.
Thank you. Katsi kita tamaskat no ya gano takaik. O ista po tayo pisa pigiskon. Tiaga nas Simon. Muna ga din sto tago egot. Nagan tinimak tatamaskat no ga gano. Gumagana kita tamaskat no minagi no ga piagota mante Augusto. My name's David Munias. I'm the Chief of the Nation for Sovereign Nation Gulf in Michikamak. One of the things that we are doing right now is that we're trying to create our own law to make sure that we meet the needs of our people, meet the needs of our community, our nation, and to ensure that our children are protected regardless of residency. We're moving in that direction because we want to make sure that Canada and everybody else recognizes that we have a responsibility to our children regardless of residency in Canada, and we should be providing those services. And that's what we want to do. But in the meantime, while we're doing that, we are creating our own law, and we're almost finished creating our own law. I hear a lot of questions being asked. You know, I don't want to see this agreement fail either, but there is a lot of concerns that we need to be addressed, and I think that you know, I'm glad that we're having a forum to address those concerns, to trying to see if we can make changes. But one question we have to ask ourselves first is, are we still negotiating? Or is this the final agreement that we just have to approve or not approve? Because if we are negotiating, then we continue the discussions. If we are not, then let's just vote and either reject it or accept it. That's why I'm thinking, are we still negotiating? You know? Otherwise, we're just wasting our time standing here and sitting around and stuff like that and listening to everybody's concerns. But what I do want to ask is that, you know, well, if we reject the agreement, what concrete steps and strategies do we have in place to secure a better funding, greater autonomy, and culturally appropriate services for our children, our families, and our communities? How will we protect our sovereignty and ensure we don't lose the limited leverage we currently hold? So that's one question I have. If we accept this agreement, how will we ensure that it leads to long-term improvements in funding, sovereignty, and cultural appropriate services? And what mechanisms will be in place to continue negotiating for greater control and representation for our First Nations in the near future? We are in the process of creating our own law in Pimitsikamak. Will our sovereign law be subject to the terms of the agreement if we sign and agree to it? Or is it just the base funding levels that will be applicable to our implementation of the law? So that's another thing I wanted to ask, because I am creating our own law. We are creating our own law. And I'm scared in terms of what effects this will have, whether it's rejected or even whether it's accepted. And what do we do? Manitoba has one of the largest number of children in care across Canada. 11,000 children in care, and it continues to keep growing. Under the current arrangement, it keeps going, and they keep growing, and they keep taking our children away. Are we satisfied with that current process? We need to ask ourselves that. Or do we take one step? I know I'm almost out of time. Or do we take a step or 2 steps forward to try and get to our goal? You know there's a lot more steps that we have to take. So we have to take that into consideration. Keep that in mind as you're deliberating whether you accept it or not accept it. What are the effects on our children in care?
10 seconds.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen to our children in care? Are they going to keep going or not when we accept this or reject it? I wish to thank you, and let's commit now.
Chief Monias. I would like to check with you just to confirm the questions, because I hear from you that you have concrete questions you would like to get answers to. Am I right? Okay. So the first one was talking about concrete steps in place to secure better funding. If you can please,
Yes.
I tried my best, but
What concrete steps and strategies do we have in place to secure better funding, greater autonomy, and culture-appropriate services for our children, families, and communities? How will we protect our sovereignty and ensure we don't lose the limited leverage we currently hold?
I'm sorry, Chief. Will we protect our sovereignty?
And ensure we don't lose the limited leverage we currently hold? Question mark. And if we accept the agreement, how will we ensure that it leads to long-term improvements in funding, sovereignty, and culture-appropriate services? And what mechanisms will be in place to continue negotiating for greater control and representation for our First Nations in the future?
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. And what I propose here is to reserve some time at the end to get answers to your questions. But we want to hear from you all, hear your perspectives, and give you the most time to that. So we'll get back with answers. Microphone number 2, please.
Sim gigat sigdam hanach gant kabulsip mach marewe wilps hanamuch. I am the elected chief for Gitwangak First Nation in northern BC, and my name's Sandra Laren. I am here not as representing the title and rights holders in our Gitxsan territories, but because we still have to abide by the colonial structure of government and make sure we have representation for funding. And I just want to respectfully ask why we have so many lawyers addressing us in this important discussion. Because the last time that I was entered into a negotiation, the lawyers take direction from those that employ them. The lawyers are the ones, and we heard it very distinctly from the representative from Falconers, that he's a lawyer and he apologizes up front. He's not an expert. But where is he getting his direction from, and what concessions were actually made at that negotiation table that we should be aware of? Not following the policy and the direction from those chiefs in assembly of which I partaked, and not bringing us what those options are, specifically some clarity and facts around how you came to these numbers and why going back to a head count model isn't discriminatory. I love how everybody's talking about having a floor, and this is now the floor. I don't have a foundation to put that floor on. I may have a delegated agency. I also have so many off-reserve members in care that I don't know where they are or who they belong to. That takes a lot of time to bring them back. But if I have to deal and still deal between the province and the federals, which is what got us to Jordan's principle in the first place. And let's not forget how Jordan died because the province and the feds couldn't agree. How am I supposed to navigate that in this modern negotiation when I don't know all of the factors that you're even open and have the humility to ask what is acceptable for us to give you feedback on and not on? We provided feedback, and Grand Chief, you were gracious enough to come to the BC caucus last week, but we didn't have a lot of time for discussion. And we didn't have a lot of time to really get those facts on the board. And when I joined, or when I was elected, I came into this stupid and naive. I thought my education and my willingness and my passion was going to be enough. but it's not. Having the humility to sit with your elders and with those that are in care, to sit with a crack pipe in the living room, talking to teenage parents about how I can't house them, or if I could, I might be able to get them 400 square feet because that's all the province is willing to give me. I need to be able to go back to my communities and stand in front of them and the villains online on social media to be able to say that I've done my best. And my question is, I'm feeling held hostage by the fact that Pierre Poilievre has always been an asshole from the time that he was in Osgood. And I shook his hand at the Canada Day Parade. I don't care. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be spending as much time with our public relations, letting Canada know that if that is where we're really at, this is just a political issue and not about the kids, let's just be honest about it. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. There's no question, no hand up on the Zoom platform. Just want to remind you all that it is now 5:05, and we have until 5:30-ish, and I would like to, at 5:30, maybe what I propose is at the latest, I would invite those to answer questions, so to provide answers. So we still have time to about max 8 chiefs if you all take the 4 minutes. So if the shorter you are, more chiefs we can hear. So I'll leave it up to you for that. And I will now invite microphone number 1, please.
Good afternoon, Chiefs. Loretta Belrose, Whitefish Lake Atikamig, Niwonyanan Kigat and Tata Tepahiskanoche. I come to you with a heavy heart today. The allocations to our First Nations are just barely rolling out to what they're going to be agreeing upon in a couple of days. In preliminary review, the prevention funding, we see it's $2,600 per registered on reserve. But I'm afraid that the post-majority funding should be minimum the same amount, and I'm not seeing that in there. As 38 Urban Office, Child and Family Services, my other hat as CAO, we've been delivering a program for post-majority a year and a half. We were the first out the gate as a pilot project across Canada. And I gotta tell you, they're broken people. Originally, Canada came and sat with us, assisted us to how to project our funding in regards to delivering the services. They assisted us in that process. What it says in those guidelines is formerly in care and aged out of care. If I'm saying it correctly, those are 2 separate groups. So I have a lot of formerly in care, but they weren't 18 when they were in CFS. And we know when they're 16, they leave the system as soon as they can. Sorry, but this funding is not for them. So these people that I'm serving, 77 young people and 24 babies in addition to that, the majority of them are not going to qualify for this funding. Today I stand here with a heavy heart. I heard one of the chiefs saying, you have grandkids? These are my kids. These are my kids you gave me to provide supports for them. And now I have to tell them, some of them that I picked up in the homeless streets to bring and create a program and deliver a service out of Siwatsuin. But now I have to bring you back to where I picked you up from because you don't qualify. So I'm gonna talk to you as I cook them. When you say discrimination and who is left behind, my babies are being left behind. And they have nobody else to speak for them. So I'm talking to you right now. What about them? Make Canada honorable. They gave us the funding. You leave these kids alone and they get the services because some of them are in education programs already. They're in career construction job sites. They're doing the work. Some of them have gone to treatment 3 or 4 times to get to where they're at now. And now I have to end a service in a program? That is discrimination, and that is leaving the vulnerable behind. And that is not right. So if I can plead with Cindy, with the chiefs, This is not working for those ones, and there's more of those than the ones that aged out. There's more of those, and they're just as broken. One day in a foster home is a day that shouldn't have never happened. And it's still a colonial system that created these systems that have impacted our families, and these 77 and the 24 babies that I'm talking to you about. This is where my heart is. I see the prevention, but at minimum, because I also see the reform is blocking your post-majority. And it shouldn't be blocked. We have incident reports by month.
30
We have
seconds.
behavior reports. These are emergency numbers, and your post-majority cannot be blocked. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. Microphone number 2, please.
Good afternoon. Deborah Foxcroft, proxy for Sishat First Nation. I just wanted to hold up my hands and thank those youth that were in care that spoke, because it's really important to me that we hear the voice of our children and youth that have been in through the system. There's reasons why they were there, and that they can speak the truth about what's going to work for them, what isn't going to work for them. I think it's really important to hear that voice. And I really just encourage all of our leaders to connect our minds to our hearts, because this is heart work. And we need to ensure that we put our children and our youth in the center of any decisions that we're going to make for them today and into the future. So I just wanted to hold up my hands and acknowledge the ones, because they have a voice and we need to hear it. I did have a question about the resolution that was the AFN Resolution 42022. And I think the Chief of New Brunswick or Nova Scotia had addressed it. But my question was to Canada, or why did Canada and AFN not follow through with the resolution and bring options back for us to consider, not a fully baked deal, and that cannot be changed? So that is my question. Kleko, kleko, chu.
Miigwech, Chief. So your question has been noted, and we will provide, parties will provide answers later. On that, I confirm there is no hand up on the Zoom platform. So I will now invite Chief at microphone number 1, please.
During Queensy, Pauline Frost, I'm Chief of Funtaquidjin First Nation, referred to as T-Chick. I am the proxy for Champagne-Ajac and Selkirk First Nation in Yukon. So I'm here before you today to speak on behalf of Yukon First Nations. We clearly have some fundamental concerns that were not considered in this process. I want to say right off the hop that we have not devolved our jurisdictional responsibility to the Assembly of First Nations, to the Chiefs of Ontario, or to NAN to negotiate elements of family and children's services on our behalf. We have self-government agreements that define that process for us. We trigger negotiations with Canada. There are sections of our agreement, and I want to just talk a bit about remoteness factors. Remoteness does not qualify in Yukon as the only element of allocation, fair distribution of funding for Indigenous children in care. Our fiscal base defines our process with Canada. So the proposed First Nations Family and Children's Services Agreement does not address the unique circumstances of Yukon. We were not engaged. We do have deep concerns about possible impacts on our rights and interests of the proposed settlement agreement. We must represent our own rights, which is consistent with our self-government agreement, which we signed on. It's a protected constitutional right. we are recognized as third order governments in Canada. We signed onto agreement with Canada. That includes family children services. So to discuss our children and use the allocation, the numbers and the data that you've used from the Indian registry does not define the citizen base in our communities. Our numbers are fundamentally different from what you collect off of an Indian registry system. The agreement does not take into account or address Canada and Yukon's existing fiscal obligation to Yukon First Nations under our agreements. No party, including AFN, has the authority to represent Yukon First Nations in any discussions with Canada that applies to our agreements without our express written authorization, agreement, or delegation. So I asked the question, voting on the agreement today with 60+1 of those delegated members that are here, does that qualify as an approval? I would say that it would not be a qualified approval because there are obviously a lot of people that are concerned, a lot of nations across this country that are concerned. Any process of reform with respect to the service providers and the experts, our experts need to be at the table, our negotiators need to be at the table speaking on our behalf, not the lawyers that are representing the groups that have put this forward. I think I want to just acknowledge Cindy Blackstock for her great efforts, and I don't see her here, and I do believe that she has a place here because she brought this to where it needed to go, and I think we need to continue to support that. I want to just say that Yukon First Nations oppose any approval of the Family Service Agreement by AFN. We do not support the agreement for the reasons I presented. Masi.
Miigwech. Microphone number 2, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Judy Desmolin, Chief of Long Lake 58 First Nation. I'm a First Nation in Northern Ontario. I'm not sure what's going to come out of my mouth right now because I have so much to say and there's only 4 minutes to say it. But I'm deciding to share a story and why my First Nation and why I took a really lead role in this whole topic that we're discussing today. For a long time, this topic has not been on our agenda. It should have been on there years and years and years ago, not just now. But I want to share a story why I started down this road so aggressively and progressively. It started in June of 2014, and it was because of a young woman that came to knocking at my door frantically. She was just hysterical. So when I finally calmed her down and got her story, it was a young woman that was in care all of her life and, got dropped off in our community with her garbage bag at, when she was old enough to be. But, when she became of age, she found a good partner and she was pregnant. So she was 7 months pregnant at the time when she came to my door. And after I calmed her down, I got her story. And what had happened was her former foster parents called her and asked her, about her pregnancy and does she know if it's a boy or girl, all kinds of questions like that. Then they dropped the bomb and they said, okay, well, the agency has called me and they're letting me have your baby. And I thought, no, that she did everything right. She vowed in her mind that this was never going to happen to any children of her own, when it came time. So she, make a long story short, I ended up assisting them, that little young family, when it came time for her birth. I arranged with the agency that, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this family, there should be no birth alert set on this child, but they did it anyway. And what ended up happening was Again, we're under the Child Welfare Act in Ontario, and nobody told us about Part 10 of that act at the time. And it was in there since 1994, but nobody ever stressed that to us. And I'm running out of time. But you know, what happened that day changed my way of doing things and the way I thought about this process forever, up until this time. I had absolutely no money. There was no Cindy Blackstock by my side. There was no AFN by my side. There was nobody, no big leaders in Ontario by my side to do this work. And what happened was I challenged that day. And I took that mom out. I took that baby out. And they threatened to call security. They threatened to call the police. But you know, I walked through that security. I walked outside and I thought there was going to be a fleet of police out there. There weren't any. I was able to take this family home. I'm leaving out a lot of details here to hurry up. But you know, that changed me forever. That changed our process forever. We've prevented 100-some babies from going into care since 2014. You know, and this is the way that we're going to change things around. This is the way that we're going to be able to break the cycle of what's happening to us. You know, the addiction stuff, that's a symptom of deeper things that are going on with our children and our families. So we know we need to start here. We need to get our kids back home to somebody. Doesn't have to be mom or dad if it can't be. You know, grandma, grandpa, somebody. And I find that this process is going to help do that. And we have to do our due diligence as chiefs and as leaders. We have to. And again, my time is out, but hopefully I'll get a chance to say more. Miigwech.
Someone advised me that I don't have to say your time is up, but time is up. So time is up. And we will now have the time to hear at least two chiefs. I'm sorry if we cannot get to you all in the time we have in front of us, because we want also to include the answers, and we have a working session here at 6, starting at 6. So on that, I will now invite microphone number 1. Chief at microphone number 1, please.
Hi, I'm Neil Perley. I'm proxy for Chief Tim Paul. I was wondering if I could make a motion to add 30 more minutes to the advisory thing, or what we're doing now.
I'm sorry, Chief, you're asking if you can introduce a motion here?
Yes, to add 30 more minutes to this.
This is, we're not entertaining motion. Maybe if it's on a procedural matter, I don't know, but a question of order, things like that. But it's a discussion period between chiefs and proxies. But you can read it in your time.
Okay. Well, I guess that didn't work. So, like I said, I'm from Negdecook First Nation, but I am the proxy for Chief Tim Paul from Woodstock. This agreement reminds me of Directive 20-1. It's population-based. Yes, you have made modifiers to increase the amount of funding, but it's still not enough. Again, it puts that you have to put children in care to provide services. We all say that we want prevention to be the main way that we want to practice child and welfare within our communities, but why is it capped? Tell me why it's capped. You know, it makes us do the discrimination when we want to provide services, because we only get the money for the ones that are on reserve. We can't provide services to our community members that live maybe just a mile outside the reserve. This agreement allows Canada to offload its responsibility and liabilities. It allows them to get out of CHRT orders. What's more binding on Canada? To take them to court over the FSA because they're not funding it? Or CHRT orders that are already in place? It's the CHRT orders that are already in place. That's reality. I was looking at some stats from ISK's website. In 2018, 2019, we spent $1.2 billion on child and family services. The next year, we spent $1.46 billion, a 48% increase. Do you know why? Because we get prevention dollars at actuals. The next year, it went up again, 28% increase. However, in 2020, it only increased 1%. Do you know why? Because they capped it. The increases were getting too large for them.
30 seconds.
I heard someone say that, the current spending is $3.3 billion. However, I've heard different views that currently they spend $4.5 billion. So, these numbers that are being thrown out aren't really telling the true story. What's the true story? Are actuals, and that's what it has to be based on. And this agreement is not finalized. There's still the legislation of the dispute resolution mechanism that has to be put in place that we don't even get to see or have comments in.
Thank you, Chief.
How do you sign an agreement when you don't know the full story? Thank you.
Thank you. Miigwech. So we discussed co-chairs, and we heard you, and we know it's such an important moment. So here was we have to propose. We want to hear as much chiefs and proxies as possible. So here what is proposed. We will get answers. We'll reserve a time tomorrow morning or as soon as possible tomorrow, first thing, and we'll get answers. And we will continue to hear you until at 6 at the latest, because 6 the other session will start here in this room mediated with the former Justice Mandamin, the Honorable Justice Mandamin. So on that, I will, I hope it's okay. We're just providing you more time to hear you. So microphone number 2, please.
Julie Birdstone. I'm council member from Akam in BC. I'm also proxy for my band. My day job is working for our delegated agency as one of the directors. I oversee the delegated work, and I also have to make sure that we're complying with the delegation, what we agreed to do. And sometimes it's at the expense of children. And, our focus is on making sure we're doing the work that we agreed to do, that we agreed with the province to do. And when I read this document, it reads so much like our delegated enabling agreement. I worry that this is going to be about compliance, and that we're going to lose focus, that we're going to lose the focus of the children. The other thing is that I was looking at Appendix A, and, I'm really happy to see that, all of the things that we feel that are important for our children are included in there, including the culture, the language, and all of those things. But what worries me is that ISK is a big part of the decision-making about what is going to be measured, what's going to be set as goals for all the nations. And as far as I know, my nation never gave up sovereignty of our children. We never gave up that decision-making. And, You know, I think that that needs to be reworked and that nations need to be guiding what's important and what's going to be measured. Dacha.
Miigwech, Chief. On that, I will now turn to the Zoom platform and I will now invite, and I'm really sorry for that, I only see Chief Sylvia, so it's not I don't want to be disrespectful, but I cannot see that on my screen, so I will invite you, Chief, to present yourself. Miigwech. Oh, Chief, yeah, so Chief Sylvia, the thing is, I didn't mention that before, but I was not sure if it was you since I could not read the whole title. So I would propose to please hear everyone that didn't speak first and come back if we have time to those that would like to speak a second time. So on that, I will now invite Chief Eugene Hart. Over to you, Chief. Chief Hart, you can unmute yourself. You're muted at this moment. Thank you.
Hi. Chief Hart from Labrador First Nation, Sheshatshiu First Nations. I'm sad to say that we got notified last week regarding the settlements for children that were in care. And it's good news, but it's not really good news when we're not informed at an early stage to prepare ourselves with the families that's going to receive the news. There's going to be a lot of questions that's going to be unveiling with the payments that's going to be coming out with the children. And I'm just confused. Why does every child have a set rate? Because every child that was removed from home and had their living arrangements settled around Canada, Newfoundland, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, every child is like when we say every child matters, but decisions are already being made without the chief and council's input. I think in some First Nations across Canada, because we're one of them that ever had an input besides the negotiators that came with it. But I think we're opening up wounds here too for families that lost their kids along the way. How are we going to answer to the families that lost their children while they were in care? That's my thought, and my question to you guys is, how are we going to respond to the family members that lost their children that were in care? Even after the fact of the children coming back to our homeland in Tasinan, is we did lose children along the way. So who's responsible for their payments then? How is family going to receive those payments that never got the proper procedures, treatments, and help they needed from the get-go, from the beginning of all the removals? Just my biggest question, that's why I'm on this same topic for almost 4 minutes. But in a way, we need to sit down as First Nations and discuss our final say, but the final say is completely done. But I don't know, I'm confused as First Nations chief as well, how this is unveiling, but it is good for the children that survived, that we brought back to our hometowns and everywhere across Canada. So my question is, how are we going to respond back to the families? Because I don't think it's fair for chief and council to receive this news for us to be the messengers to the people, but we need positive messages to bring back to the people, because it is an important topic, because a lot of family members has lost kids along the way as well. How do we respond to them? That's my biggest question. And thank you for your time, but I'll try to make it to the next AFN meeting. This was important topic as well too. I think a few people from my reserve is online listening to other chiefs speaking, and it seems like this is all brand new to a lot of chiefs. That's like Seems like this was decision-making that was done. So thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So we took good note of your question related to getting back and giving answers to the family members. So, yep, thank you very much for that. I want to announce one thing. There is smudging outside the doors here. If anyone needs it, and because the conference here doesn't allow to do that inside. So on that, Chief, at the microphone number 1, please.
Danse, good evening. Chief Angela Levisser, Nisichawasik Cree Nation. I want to begin by sharing that my first grandson was born this morning at 8:30 a.m. This is a very important topic that we're discussing today, which is why I made the decision to miss his birth to be here. I want to begin by commending Dr. Cindy Blackstock on her presentation. Dr. Blackstock has made several recommendations that are very solid. For example, the establishment of a National Chiefs Committee and even rewriting the agreement. It's been said that there's fear-mongering going around. Well, I think it's going both ways. Why should we be held hostage or feel like we have a gun to our heads when we're negotiating something so important as the provision of First Nations Child and Family Services? So I just want to reiterate that point. I further wish to commend Andre Bear and Natalie Starblanket Fraser, the young woman here. They shared their lived experience as First Nations people who've been involved in this system. So I want to thank them for that. I also want to say I felt that, Julian, you were a little disrespectful and condescending towards Mr. Andre Bear, and I did not appreciate it. Now, this FSA arose with the ultimate purpose of addressing and eliminating, or at least alleviating, racism and discrimination in the provision of child and family services to First Nations. Historically, First Nations children, both on and off reserve, could be apprehended for having inadequate clothing, living in overcrowded conditions, having insufficient food, not having adequate childcare because of discrimination, racism, ethnocentrism, and blatant and widespread ignorance of our First Nations culture. For example, we put our babies in swings just because that is foreign to Euro-Canadian society. They would consider that a means for apprehension. If a Kukum made a bannock and bologna sandwich, or even bannock and moose meat sandwich for her grandchild's lunch, that might not be suitable for them. Canada has created and perpetuated the poverty that has caused many of our children to be in care. True prevention would be giving us our land and our resources back, and there would be no need for prevention dollars. Money alone will not address issues related to racism and discrimination. Policies and laws must change. This is a funding agreement, not a plan for reform. And we do need reform. We need systemic and changes to laws that will prevent our children from going into care. I also want to say that the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs passed several resolutions that proposed amendments to the FSA, and I do not see those proposed amendments reflected in the amendments shared with us. So on behalf of Manitoba Chiefs, I feel unheard, I feel disrespected. We put a lot of work into those amendments. As has been mentioned, this FSA perpetuates discrimination by separating on and off reserve members.
30 seconds.
At the very moment that the negotiations were happening with the CHRT, right there, everything should have stopped and our off reserve members should have been spoken for. Moreover, how are our Two-Spirit relatives' voices being represented in this agreement? I asked that question, I was not given an answer. And finally, we need to negotiate regionally with our 7 generations in mind, as our elders have told us repeatedly. And above all, we need to invest in healing. The government has created the situation, and they have to invest in helping our people heal from the intergenerational trauma that they've created that has led to generations of our children being in care. It goes sing.
Miigwech, Chief. As mentioned, we will provide first thing tomorrow morning an opportunity to receive answers to your questions. This will give us a moment to hear you all, if possible, but until 6. So, microphone number 2, please.
Kwekwe, Giwe no Kwe Nijinakaza Dikandodam. I'm Chief Shellingmore Frappier of Tamagami First Nation. And as an unaffiliated with an agency, First Nation, we want to keep control of our prevention dollars. So my question, therefore, for the Caring Society is why they take the position that that the funding go directly to agencies and to have no prevention funding flow to the First Nations until such time that agencies determine the First Nations are actually ready to provide services. So why has the Caring Society taken this position? And can you please defend that to us chiefs here in Assembly? We also, thinking about that the agreement is fundamentally, to be fundamentally amended. What is our plan B if Canada refuses to come to the table? What if a new Conservative government attempts to impose a unilateral decision or defund the CHRT? These are realities that we have to contend with as well. A new federal government can change the composition of the membership on the CHRT and can bring forth motions to change the current tribunal orders that are in place. So there is no guarantee that we will get better if no agreement and go by the CHRT orders. There are no guarantees that we will do better if we stay with the CHRT orders and actually working with a Conservative federal government. Historically, we know that this is not a good place to be. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. And I noted that the question was directed to Caring Society, and they will also have time tomorrow morning to provide answers to that. On that, there is no new hand on the Zoom platform, and I will now invite Chief at microphone number 1, please.
White, Hantla, Jawa, and Squash, Lease Behan, Cook, Bevan, Sletku, in the Cup Nation, British Columbia. Got 13 questions, but I'll ask 2. What opt-out provisions are in the agreement for those of us who do not support the FSA or not able to present to vote? Ontario has a special agreement. Is this going to be provided in every region? If so, where is that in the FSA? Those are my questions, and hopefully in the future, time will not be cut off for the chiefs that have traveled a long way to ask our questions.
Miigwech, Chief, we'll look at our friends here on the stage. Did you get the question asked? You're okay? Or you need some clarification for this? Just want the question, just want to make sure. Adam, you're okay? Your team is okay? Okay, thank you so much. Just want to make sure that we get good answers tomorrow morning on the right questions. So on that, microphone number 2, please.
Sego Seguego, Chief Vanessa Adams, proxy for the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. I would like to say Nyawakoa to the Treaty 7 and the Blackfoot Confederacy for welcoming us to your territory. We have heard from the Caring Society that this is a half deal and we need to hold out for more money. Where is the evidence that you can secure more funding above the 47.8 billion? What evidence is this based on? Currently, Canada does not have a mandate for more money and have been clear that more money is not available. So how do we return to our communities, to our children, to our families, to those aging out of care and say, we decided to wait for more money? Nyawakoa, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for this. So still no new hand up on the Zoom platform. And on that, I will now invite microphone number 1. Chief, over to you.
Ari Suzy Gulahan, it's Lee.
Hari sultanina itzekeze, Denise, Otai. I'm grateful to speak on the territory holders of this land. My name is John French, Takla Nation. My hereditary name is Gulahan. I just want to make a comment or tell a little bit of story in my 4 minutes here. First off, I want to thank Cindy Blackstock for all her efforts and hard work and getting this whole thing in motion. My understanding is it took 16 years of court and probably was fought even longer. Second, I want to thank our member, Mary Teege, who represents my nation as a delegated agency from CSFS. And I can tell you, when I started as chief 10 years ago, we were going third-party management. We have no resources, we have nothing. I can tell you that I was very happy to have a delegated agency represent us because we had no capacity at all to do anything. And I'm not sure what would have happened to our children. But Mary has always been part of her organization there for our children and a very loud voice for our elders, including my mother, who was passed on quite a while ago with the words that they have left us. I respectfully ask the AFN to treat Mary with respect and acknowledge her as a voice from the north in BC and central interior. She represents us and she represents quite a few of our communities. We also have quite a few villages around the surrounding area that are in the same situation that I just said when we were going third-party management. A lot of us do not have the capacity to deal with what's at hand with our children. Someday I wish to get there. I wish that we will take all of this back into our own hands. But today that is far-fetched and we would like to build. That will take a long-term plan. So with that, the other very important thing is that I have 1,000 members where I'm from. I have 250 living in the community. That's 3/4 of my members that are not being represented here with this agreement. This agreement was put onto the federal government. It was an order from the Human Rights Tribunal, an order to be negotiated. All the issues were highlighted and funding was to be put to it. As this process goes on, a lot of things have changed. I feel that it's very one-sided at this point, just by sitting here this morning, and to do an amendment to the agenda to get the Caring Society onto the agenda felt very off for me. It did not feel like a process that was fair. It seems like decisions have already been made before we got here and that this is going to be pushed through. On the other hand, I thank each and every one of you that put so much effort in. I'm sure you all do a good job and you try hard to meet the best of the needs of your people. However, this agreement works for some provinces and is clearly not working for a lot of others. This feels like oppression again. And when I hear rebuttals coming from the lawyers, our lawyers at AFN, to our people that are concerned, it seems like you're representing the federal government. Why is that? With that, thank you for listening to me. And once again, I appreciate you all. Oh, it's a Masai.
Miigwech Chief. I will now invite Chief at microphone number 2, please.
Why, please not seal. Why, yell mikwum. He squeezed. Chief Dan Manuel, Kintel, Spachman, Ulken Keithmach. Why, tat in chakin. Cooks jute, ku kitchentum, a lot yiltim hulau, yilanwi antim hulau, Treaty 7, Blackfoot Confederacy. Lim peace seal. I want to thank it first and acknowledge our hosts here in the Blackfoot Confederacy for allowing us to come to do this work to gather and have this important discussion on their lands, on their beautiful treaty lands, their unceded territory, their sovereign lands as have been expressed very eloquently and beautifully here to all of us in attendance today. I also want to acknowledge the young people for sharing their experience and their words. the words of lived experience. And I want to also thank the Knowledge Keeper for his prayer this morning, and for Willie Littlechild for sharing his beautiful vision. I was a young man in 1988 in this very city in Calgary when I met Willie. I was 17 years old. I had the same vision that our young people needed to be heard, that our young people mattered, that we were leaders, that we had a place. Some 40 years later now, I'm here standing as the old people in the room. And I acknowledge that. That's what our people know. Kasapi scale. Long time ago, the people, they didn't do business like this. And we have to acknowledge the discipline that's required to be able to speak, to be able to represent our communities. I've come from a long line of chiefs in my community, going back to before my grandfather's grandfather, Chief Johnny Chilhitsa from Spuchman. He was my grandfather's grandfather. And he raised my grandfather when his father died and his mother wasn't able to care for him. There was no government. He did not adhere to any government. As a matter of fact, he told the government of Canada and British Columbia that they have no claim on our lands, no jurisdiction or authority on our lands. Over 120 years ago, I'm living proof of that sovereignty of my people in my language. I want to share some words with you, and I'm a language learner because of colonialism.
10 seconds.
Ikusil atwil spakman nat in kefmich. Tiku nax lachastim. Item hulaktit. Hati skulhaltit. Nat chechmalatit. We, the Okanagan people who live in Douglas Lake and Colchana, we are as one when we spiritually and put in high regard our land, our lives, and our children. We are caregivers. We're here to make a decision. I urge all of you to listen to all perspectives and collaborate to come to a resolution.
Miigwech Chief, we will now go online. And I would like to invite Chief Sylvia Kustachin Metatawabin over to you, Chief. I'm sorry if you waited long.
Good evening. Wajik miseg dinan de miseg atajik miseg mechanic Mr. Kishugumachanic and Digamo ka negishkatanano, Kistinegishkatunoma, Kistiganoma. Greetings to everybody, all the delegation, all the chiefs, all the grand chiefs, all the guests, our survivors, our youth, everyone that's there. It is an honor to address you this late evening. I don't have questions, but I want to share something. And I want to be, I'm always trying to speak to the truth of where we're at today for my community. You know, you heard me talk before about Adwabaskat. You know, when all this talk about child reform, in all fairness, my community is not ready. We're still battling the rural conditions. We're still fighting to acquire our land, to develop, to build infrastructure, to house our many members. that's a long listed waiting list for housing, proper homes, safe homes, healthy homes. And within these homes are children, the very children that we always allude to when we say every child matters. And yet my community, these children are suffering because they don't have the basics need in order to reach their full potential. It's a struggle. And many times I feel like I'm struggling alone and fighting the governments, both level of governments, just to acquire more land. We're situated in a half square mile of land. And yet the land belongs to us. We're trying to build, we're trying to develop, we're ready. But these bureaucracies, these policies at play still control our lives. And it's not fair. It's not fair to our children. When we talk about fairness, when we talk about justice, there's no justice to this. Everything needs reform. The social policies, the policies that continue us to put us in these conditions, it needs to be changed. It needs to be a total reform, a systematic change on every level. Because we are people with rights. We never gave that. It was mentioned today too, every child has inherent rights and treaty rights. You know, our inherent rights and treaty rights is not a concession. We must assert our rights and stand up for all the opposite out there so no one is left behind, no every child, no, so that each child has an opportunity to succeed, to reach their potential. Mr. Nindagan, because everything happens in the household. Monigis is getting Morgan Hanek Ega Manoshanawiga. No one can survive unless they have healthy homes, healthy families, healthy communities, and pathways to succeed in life. There's lots I can say, but this discussion's happening. We need to do better. We all need to come together in unity and in strength. We are stronger together. And I hope we can come to a resolution or some kind of a path moving forward where no child is left behind. And to all the Ottawa Biscuits out there, that I'm speaking on your behalf as well. This should not be in 2024. English, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So I will get to the 5 last speakers. I just want to check first. Chief Hart, I'm not inviting you to speak at this moment. I just want a clarification if it's an old hand or it's a new hand.
New.
New. Okay, so we'll get to the last 6 speakers, last 6 chiefs, and then we will close the day. So over to microphone number 1, please. Thank you, Chief Hart.
Okay, we're check a yomak be a petic de Shata was the pictures of the Dotaya, Yahipicta, Wakataka, on petic de Magak, the Wopira. I want to say again, thank Creator for the day today. I acknowledge the land that we're on, the Blackfoot Confederacy, and I heard the passionate views for and against this document. I have a question regarding recommending power on Appendix 8, Section 2.1. The committee is the sole entity charged by the FSA in making recommendations to Canada in regard to the Reform FN CFS program. And I understand that all the funding is only for on-reserve children. In my community, we have a total of 577 members. Half of them live off reserve. I'm very grateful that former Chief Cy Standing created the LP, which allowed our band to designate portions of our land for economic development. That of the people that live off the reserve, 40 of them own their own homes, and we've assisted them that way. But The agreement has its good parts, and it has its troubling parts. A couple of weeks ago, when I seen the projected outcome for our community, 1.2 million, and we have a good working relationship with our ICFS agency, and we collaborate in prevention, and we do a lot of good things that way for our children, both on and off reserve. However, when I read this document, and I only got up to here, I didn't get past here, and I want to say, you know, with the work that the Caring Society did, Cindy Blackstock, she should be up there. I acknowledge that as well. I acknowledge National Chief, and I acknowledge all the legal team, you know, probably not pro bono, but I just want to say that for our off-reserve children, I'm not looking for applause, I'm not trying to showboat or grandstand. I just want to say this. I vote in favor of this. You give me $1.2 million. My children off reserve are not looked after. I'm sorry, National Chief. My children are not for sale.
Miigwech, Chief. On that, just a reminder that the speakers list is closed, and we will now hear the last 5 speakers. And I will now invite Chief at microphone number 2, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deanne Sack, and I'm proxy for Chief Michelle Glasgow from Sabaganagitic, East Coast, Nova Scotia. And this evening, I want to share a best practice, a success story for my community. When we learned prevention was available to our community, we were very assertive. And we sent a delegation to Thunderchild and Saskatoon Council, and they were amazing. They shared their knowledge with our community, and we were able to build an amazing program for our community that's changed the narrative for our community. And just to paint a little landscape, my community is 3 kilometers from the residential school that schooled the children from Mi'kma'ki. And I would argue any day that our community has been impacted the most regarding the intergenerational trauma. So having this prevention money, which translates now to the Sabaganagitic Family Wellbeing Program, Sabaganagitic Family Wellbeing Program will work proactively and collaboratively with families and communities. We recognize by administering our own programs that we can have greater support for our communities and families in Sabaganagitic. So I'm just going to scroll down. I'm reading through our annual report, and I want to share some of the best practices that took place as a result of acquiring our own prevention dollars. Our students, we have our Students to Stay in School initiative. You graduate from grade 12, you get $5,000. So I'm telling you, our rates of graduation have skyrocketed. So that's an amazing best practice on that. Of course, there's obvious housing repairs, the extensions, and there's an amazing team that was built, an amazing team of ladies and men to work collaboratively with our families and our communities. So just this year, we had Winter Fun Day, over 150 attendees. February, we had 144 families attend, cakes and crafts and stuff. Meet and greet, Family Fun Day, Mother's Day event. And this was really special because this is the first time a lot of our mothers were celebrated in a good way from their community and their children. And it was because of this program we were able to do this for our moms. Stay in School initiative that I just discussed, medicine bag workshop, medicine CMM family connection. Jingle dress, we're very heavy on culture and teaching our youth about the culture. Father's Day, Pride, Parade, and Walk. Learning to Lead the Youth Conference, and that was a big initiative that brought
the Thunderchild community and members from the community into our community, and it was a really good event. The list goes on and on and on and on. So I just wanted to share with the communities out there, it can be done. And I'm very grateful for the communities of Thunderchild and Saskatoon Council. Thank you for sharing, because you've changed the narrative for our community. Thank you.
Miigwech Chief, we will now turn on to our microphone number three, number three, Chief Hart. You are our last online speaker. Over to you, Chief.
Wait. I'm just going to speak in my language first. Quebec, Shehajit, Labrador, Stude, Cross Canada, Inut, Puhugadot, Minatne, Manoe, Hedodante, one Machamisque, the Gunan, Panontaji, the Scadis, you want to tell them not, Mamma, Studes, what I'm not, Stut, the Gunan, Panon. But in English, I want to question, I have one question that was, I think, forgotten in this agreement that this was unveiled to us Friday about this topic of the settlements of the kids in care. Traditional adoption, I think, is very important to bring back to the table, because in our community, we had a lot of kids that were taken away in the past, high numbers, and it's only 2017 we started receiving funds for prevention, helping out with families in the community. But I think when you look at the traditional adoption, we're forgetting the other families that went through what we're discussing here as one, and we're going to leave these children out in this discussion. Why we're discussing this today, I think it's very important for the kids that were traditionally adopted, because the grandparents or the uncles or other family siblings, friends decided to do that because they wouldn't be sent away due to what was going on in each household. We don't know what went on, but I think it's very important to discuss the traditional adoption. And I think that's, in my community, I think it's very highly, traditional adoption back then was more like to prevent this child to be sent out from Labrador. And as you know, Labrador is an isolated place. We have Natwashish, that's more like an isolated place area, is like an hour from Goose Bay. So when you really look at it, the real picture of it is the struggle along the way. So I think traditional adoption should be brought back to the table, and everyone should rethink about that traditional adoption, because that hits me hard, because I know a lot of people my age that grew up in the system in traditional adoption. And I think that's the other big question that we flagged in our community, and I'm sure in other communities across Canada, is that where is the traditional adoption? That's the first question that's going to come our way, I know, from my hometown. But I'd like to take the time for you letting me speak twice. So I'm sure we'll have more meetings along the way. And thank you to everyone that's involved and to make this happen, why we're here and discussing this today. And have a great evening, everyone.
Miigwech Chief Hart. On that, I will now invite microphone number one. Chief, over to you.
Hi, Chief Hart, long time no see, friend of mine of the Northeast. Chief Leroy Denny from Muscazone, and again, I come from a community of 5,000 in Muscazone First Nation, and I'm not trying to persuade anybody or tell you how to vote, but I came here to support the resolution because I feel the money should go in the hands of the children now, because we're in crisis. We're in drug crisis. I'm getting, from my band designates, we all have band designates, I get messages every weekend, practically every weekend, the child has to be taken as under protection. Every weekend. I'll get a call from a mother or our young father, I need help for my house, my counsel and I are doing everything in our power, whatever resources we have, to try to help that family. But addiction's getting in the way, And we work with our agencies back home. We have our own agencies even within our community. Many of them are Mi'kmaq social workers. We work with them, but because of the inadequate funding and we just, our hands are tied. We end up using our own monies, you know, or we're just trying to find ways, and at times we fail them. The system fails them. So I came here on their behalf because every weekend we have these situations we deal with in our community. When will that stop? And I appreciate the expert panel we had there. And also I appreciate the AFN negotiation team and Nan as well for bringing this up. And I respect our lawyers and my heart to you guys for fighting, negotiating. It's not easy. I know, because we do a lot of negotiations. So what I'm trying to say here, I came here from my community to vote in favor because I'm very worried about what's happening in the federal government. The federal government right now is dysfunctional. Even the Liberal Party is falling apart. And we listened to the experts today that they're the experts, but I believe the chiefs are the experts too. The AFN executive are experts because they're leaders. Just my regional chief right here, Andrea, you know, she came through the system. I heard her story. She shared her story. I won't say what was shared to me, but she went through the system. She was a chief in her community. Now she's our regional chief for Nova Scotia. We know what's going on. Chiefs know what's going on because we get these calls. First, foremost, we're frontline workers too, the chiefs and the AFN. We're all frontline workers here. When somebody commits suicide, who do they call? They call the chief. I'm our first responder back home. It's not fun. I've been dealing with PTSD. It's not fun trying to rescue a body in the water. These policy we're dealing with now is, I want to go back home and able to tell
30 seconds.
the children, you know, we got something done here. And I know that nobody's going to be happy if this went through or not. Nobody's going to win. But this belongs in the hands of the children. This money here, it's theirs. That's their money. And this, take this historic settlement now, or try our luck with a conservative leader who said Aboriginals don't need compensation. They need to learn the value of hard work. He said that. And he apologized later on. He misspoke. But that's what we're going to deal with. If we reject this, we're going to deal with the government that he said that we need to learn the hard value of work. So I'll just leave it as that. And again, I hope that we come up with something tomorrow. Lalio.
Miigwech Chief, so here we are, two last speakers. Over to microphone number 2, please.
Abuju, Wasegij Gokwa, Indigenous Kaz, Mshikan Dodem, Kedronong and Dunjba, Nishnaway Kwandao. My English name is Charlene Altman, and I am proxy for Chief Leela Thomas. Our English name is Walpole Island First Nation in Ontario. I come from a fairly large community population. We are 5,000 plus, so one of the largest in Ontario. But yet we represent the minority in the province. We were one that voted no on the agreement. And that was a hard decision for us to make. We appreciate all the hard work that went into what we've been given so far. Before any of the CHRT orders, we had over 100 plus families that we were living with, or working with. And we only had 9 full-time staff that were fulfilling all of the positions. We also are not affiliated to an agency,
So that meant all the work fell on our staff. And that comes, from previous councils that made that decision not to be affiliated years ago, decades ago. So today, we have a new chief and council in place, and this is what we are dealing with. So when these CHRT orders came in, we were able to start to slowly build some of the capacity. And one of the first things we did was hire a full-time child well-being manager. And prior to that, she has 30 years experience, direct frontline and management on reserve and mainstream with a non-Indigenous agency. And we had her do a needs assessment. So what our concern is that our data was not included in the research that was undertaken thus far because we're not affiliated to an agency. And so she conducted with another colleague some of the work on what our needs are based on our caseloads. And based on her assessment, she was able to determine that the money that was offered in the funding profile is largely inadequate. And again, our data was not included in the research that was conducted thus far. So we are greatly concerned. We also have a population on reserve, about 2,500, which means, off reserve, half of our members live off reserve. And the nearest the town next to us is like 5 minutes off of the First Nation. And we have many of our members residing there, as well as in the
25 seconds.
as in the traditional territory. But all of those members, many of them still receive services on reserve. Many of them still come to our school on reserve. The parents bus them there. And so that's one of our biggest concerns as well, as everyone else has echoed, is that some of our members are going to be left out. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. So we will now go to our last speaker for final words. So over to you, Chief.
Anin Bojo. My name is Shannon Crate, and I'm proxy for Chief Donna Bigcanoe from the Chippewas of Georgina Island. And my husband would say, see, you always have to have the last word. I'd just like to give thanks to the chief that spoke earlier that wanted to hear from somebody that wasn't a lawyer or a politician, because that's me. And that gave me the strength to get up here. I've been given a funding formula for my community, what I will receive based on a fiscal year. And that funding is a lot. And it's a lot more than many of the nations around me. In fact, all the nations around me that are comparable in size in child welfare issues. And you would think at first glance that I would be really happy with this offer, considering I've been a band rep for 30 years, and for 26 of them, I've never gotten any funding for my position or my programming. But I'm not happy with it because I don't want to get more than the others around me. I also know it doesn't address the issues of my community's remoteness. Even though we're an island with no fixed link, we have no access to stores, gas stations. Our school only goes up to grade 5. Families like my own lose their parents, often trying to cross the lake just to get groceries for their kids. That remoteness is not factored into, just like we heard earlier from another chief, because we didn't make the call. What I also don't think is fair is that just because my community had me, an experienced band rep, and I knew about the actual orders, and I tried my hardest to build and spend money and make a program while putting out fires, responding to suicides, abuse, looking for missing persons. I know that I could not build a program that my community really needed because I'm too busy. My community doesn't have the capacity to do what it needs to do, even with the money that's coming. Not long ago, I took the province of Ontario, a Children's Aid Society, a provincial police force, the mental health facility, through an inquest because of the death of one of my band members in a group home in Hamilton. His name was Devin Freeman. He died, and he remained on the property of that group home for almost 6 months before he was found. I can't support this agreement because I know that even with this funding, if a Children's Aid called me and said, we need to make your off-reserve band member a Crown Ward in order to give him services, I would have to make the same mistake twice, because this isn't enough to help the kids with complex mental health needs and addictions and what our families are going through. And you're putting that on us, the frontline workers, to sleep with every night. I have to know that I made a child a Crown Ward and he died in care because I couldn't provide the services that he deserved. I thank every one of you for all the hard work you did. And I thank Cindy and Sarah Clark for all the hard work that they do. Because it is true, in the last few years, we've made significant gains, but we need more time to make more. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. So we hear you all chiefs and proxies that came to the microphone, physical microphone or virtual microphone, but we spent almost 2 hours and a half, and so 2 hours and 20 minutes to be precise. So thank you so much, Chimigwich, to all of you, either you're here present in the room, online, Chimigwich, because it was such an insightful, important, and needed discussions between yourselves, between chiefs and proxies. So, Chimigwich, and I know it has been a very long day and the week is not over yet, but it is very important, and I thank you all for your patience, your active listening, and your insight, your interventions, comments, questions. Talking about questions, we'll be back tomorrow morning with time set aside to address those questions and to provide you with answers. You need answers. They heard you. When I say they, I mean AFN, Chiefs of Ontario, Anishinaabe, Aski Nation, and the Caring Society. So they might not have been all seated here on the stage, but they were all here present in the room or somewhere listening to you and preparing to get back to you tomorrow morning. So this will continue. I don't know how long, but how long we'll set aside for tomorrow, but we'll take time needed. And on that, I have some information to share, some announcements. So the day first will be temporarily adjourned at this moment, and we will be back here at 9 for day 2, at 9 a.m. here. I'm not sure what is the acronym for the time zone here, but let's say Calgary time, at 9 a.m. Calgary time tomorrow morning. And we will start the day, as I mentioned, with answers to your question, and then we will continue the day with the adopted agenda, what is already planned on the agenda. And something else, so for the working session, we will start the working session. I was just reading my notes here. We will start the working session at 6:45 p.m. here in this room. So, because obviously we need a short break in between the two sessions. So the next working session is outside the agenda. It's outside the Special Chiefs Assembly. It's a working session facilitated, as mentioned and explained twice by Adam earlier today. But quickly, it is a working session facilitated by the Honorable Tony Mendamen, former judge at the Federal Court. And the objective of that working session is to facilitate discussion for the purpose of achieving or building consensus, or to get to some compromises to ensure that the AFN can be provided with. The goal is to present you with a single draft resolution pertaining to the draft agreement. So while they are currently listed on the Assembly agenda, resolutions 2, 3, and 4, and late resolution number 1 are not ready for presentation to the First Nations in Assembly. So that is why a working session is there at 6:45 to work with the movers and the seconders of those draft resolutions and see how we can work together and present something, maybe something new tomorrow with maybe compromises. But this session is mediated by former Justice Mendamen, so we will leave that on his end. He has a lot of experience with that, so I'm sure you're in good hand. And as he told us yesterday, this is a transparent process. So this is a transparent discussion. If you have amendment to propose, if you would like to talk about things, or if you just want to witness those discussions, you are all invited. So on that, did I forget something? Oh yes, the sacred fire. So there's a sacred fire that has been lit at the Siksika Nation. And Larry, you wrote to me that maybe you would have a picture showing the fire burning. So, because the sacred fire keeper sent a picture of the fire burning at the Siksika Nation. So I'm not sure if Encore got now. So maybe later we'll show you that fire, that sacred fire, and we acknowledge that and we thank the Siksika Nation for that. On that, I'm getting tired to hear myself. So yes. We've been advised, and we acknowledge the fact that maybe some movers and seconders are leaving the room. So day one is temporarily adjourned until tomorrow 9. We were now figuring out some things for some important things, procedural things for the working session. And on that, I would like to hear you, microphone number 2, please.
Yeah, Judy Wilson. I am a mover seconder on the resolutions. We've been working, as I mentioned, to amalgamate 0, 2, 3, and 4. I have not seen any of the late resolutions. So how can we do that if we haven't seen any of the late resolutions? And also, I think we want to discuss them, but we've been working with them with Cosalem. So we've been doing that. We're going to continue to do that. We're actually going to another site to do that. And then we're going to, we want AFN to collect and compose the, list the amendments, because I only seen you write down one and I didn't see how all the amendments were